Welcome to the third hearing of the committee's inquiry into the impact of renewable energy zones in rural and regional communities industries in New South Wales. I acknowledge Anaiwan people, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazek. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. I now welcome all witnesses, and for our first witnesses, I thank you for making the time and give evidence. Starting with my first witness on my left, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation? We'll try and get that fixed for you. So starting with my...
And she's off.
Starting with my first witness on my left, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Stephen Wood, Senior Strategic Planner at Armidale Regional Council, focusing on the REZ. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
James Pryor, Senior Strategic Planner at Armidale Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sam Copeland, Mayor of Armidale Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Robert Bell, Mayor of Uralla Shire Council. I take the oath. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Emily Sims, Strategic Planner, Uralla Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Now, starting with you, Mr. Wood or Mr. Pryor, would you either like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
We're fine too.
Fine. Mr. Copeland.
I will, but I might let Mr. Bell go first, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess the challenge for Uralla Shire, and we provided a 11-page submission to this inquiry. So firstly, thank you and the opportunity and welcome to Armidale. The challenge for us lies in ensuring the renewable energy developments integrate well with the local needs, maintain Uralla's environmental and lifestyle values, while fostering sustainable economic opportunities. So the issue for Uralla is we're either on the edge of or have included up to 14 developments at various stages. We've got one that's actually in stage one's constructed for a solar farm. We have another one that's been given approval by the Independent Planning Commission. We have a number of others all the way through to scoping reports and the like. So we can see a huge influx of residents into the community, which will bring all of the challenges with it. So while I'll ask our strategic planner, Ms Sims, to then go detail those for the inquiry, at the end of the day, it's about us maximising our benefits and dealing with all of the struggles that come and maintaining that sort of local environment. So, but thank you for the opportunity.
All right, well, the committee has resolved. Mr. Copeland, did you want to add anything before we go to questions? Or?
Yes, please. Firstly, thank you to the committee for this opportunity to present. Whilst Armidale Regional Council has put a submission in, I'd just like to summarise and highlight a few things, and that is our position is one of growing frustration of opportunity squandered. That's really what this REZ is. So done properly, it could represent a one-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver region-building infrastructure and bring the community along with it. But the reality has fallen far short of this. When I came onto council at the beginning of 2022 and started to get my teeth into the REZ, it was clear that the community was subordinate to the metropolitan energy needs and also an ideological race to net zero. This has been illustrated by three things in particular. Firstly, there was no integrated strategy on identifying, let alone addressing, the potential barriers and impacts of the creation of the REZ. Secondly, a distinct lack of leadership about how to roll out the REZ, how that's going to be orchestrated, and also answering the question from the community, what's in it for us? That's been sadly absent. And thirdly, nothing meaningful in terms of community benefits. That's a situation that I found when I came in 2022. Now, to address these in a little bit more detail. Firstly, barriers in creating the REZ. The two most important challenges that need to be overcome are water availability and workforce accommodation. This is well within the remit of the state. So Armidale Regional Council, or our Armidale region, Uralla will be the same, Walker will be the same. We've been assessed as the highest water security risk. So our current storage and treatment capacity is only sufficient, provides sufficient secure yield for 60% of our population. So a recent wind farm application has sought 25% of Armidale's daily water usage for a 2-year period. Now, it doesn't take a genius to do the maths and realise that one wind farm is not feasible, let alone multiple wind farms, solar projects, plus a significant transmission infrastructure. Because we're a mature council, we've taken action and we're finalising our water security package. We've purchased Oakey Dam, we're planning on the raise of Malpas Dam, and there's the associated pipelines and treatments. But for this to become reality, the state needs to step up financially and it needs to foot a significant part of that bill. Failure to do so and do it urgently is going to condemn the REZ being kicked into the long grass, and it won't come out of that for generations. The same can be said for workforce accommodation. A state government with any sympathy or affinity with the host regions would already be working to ensure a benefit for the REZ, and there'd be legacy housing and legacy infrastructure. To date, absolutely nothing, and radio silence on what might be possible. You've just dropped the ball, and that's the distinct lack of leadership. As a commercial person, I'm entirely familiar with the concept of the paperwork catching up with the project. That happens all the time. But what's happening here with New England, I can't speak for Central West, but I know that it's a bin fire, is in New England, there appears to be a government that's abandoned its post. There's no coordination on the ground. Proponents are also taking a small target strategy. They're too afraid to be an informed voice in the national discussion, let alone the regional one. So it's in this leadership vacuum that mischief is made. So we need the government to properly assess the cumulative impacts of the REZ and work with council to either mitigate some of those problems or fund the solutions. The developers, I think, need to grab hold of the narrative. They need to explain why they are investing billions of dollars into renewable energy. Now, these organisations and their leadership, they're not dills. They're not successful by accident. So the community doesn't need to hear platitudes. It needs to hear the economic rationale for why they're doing what they're doing. And finally, the big question, what's in it for us? Well, until 2022, when we created the Coalition of Renewable Energy Mayors, the answer was quite simply nothing. Initially, host communities, we were just an inconvenient afterthought. Benefit sharing was little more than trinkets and shiny things to be given to restless locals. That was the attitude of the state. Effective lobbying by COREM has seen the creation of a benefit sharing framework, and that should be okay if applied properly. But engagement or benefit from the state, that's just a mirage. It's something that you talk about. And finally, the way that it's currently structured, the New England Renewable Energy Zone is not in the best long-term interests of the community unless it's bundled with economic development. And that needs to be front-run by the state. So the whole thing is entirely doable, but there's a fast-closing window of time to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee has resolved to just have free-flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere. So I'm just looking for any of my colleagues to open up the voting. Ms Munro.
Thank you so much for attending today and for your submissions. It's very helpful. I am curious about a couple of things related to the community benefits payments and the schemes that are being undertaken through voluntary planning agreements as well as future capacity building. Could you, each of you or whoever is most relevant to speak to this, speak about how the interaction between the voluntary planning agreements and community benefits schemes?
Sure. You go, Rob.
Okay, maybe I'll start. So where we are now with the Department of Planning is the $850 per megawatt per annum for solar farms and $1,050 per megawatt per annum for wind farms. Now, amongst the various councils, there are different ways of treating that money. So URAL is looking at setting up a community reference group to advise council on the expenditure of that. Armidale are looking at a future fund, and I'll let Sam talk to that. But as Sam pointed out, and as a founding member of CORAM, he can take a lot of the credit for it, that Sam set up to try and get the councils not to be picked off one by one, because if you go back in history, the first developers offered platitudes and $5,000 soccer jumpers and the like. So what we've seen now is genuine contribution. We've also been working with Energy Co, who originally offered something like $150 million as a prepayment to the access charges onto the new power lines. We've seen that whittle down and money going over here and money going over there, and I think eventually the councils in Central West Orana ended up with about $15 million each. There are rules around that expenditure. From my point of view, if that was able to be fund capital works for council and stopped us needing a special rate variation, I'd be really excited about the process.
So just what are the rules around that?
Basically, there's got to be new infrastructure, which
Okay.
again comes with all of those joys of local government where it depreciates from day one and we go down another black hole. So, and we've had discussions, and again, I appreciate Sam and other mayors' leadership in this area, where the developers have said to all of the people as they're doing their development, oh, we'll make sure all the money stays in your little area. That's not how this process works. And so we're then left with people who were promised monies. You know, we were going to get a little village hall, or we were going to get all our roads bitumen within 5 k's of where it all goes. In reality, we need to see that across the whole Shire. And as I say, the approach that Armidale have taken, I'll let Sam talk to that, has been much more about the whole region. We know from the coal mines that we can't expect cheap power. They tried that for years and didn't get it. So while it'd be nice if we could say to everybody, we'll take $100 off your power bill, there doesn't seem a process for that. But we do need to look for, and picking up again on Sam's point, we do need to look for economic development at the end of this. We can't have 2,000 people in Uralla Shire and in a population of 6,000 and then go back to nothing. That would decimate the area. Anybody that wants to move from Sydney now to cheap housing, we've only had that one development completed. We went from 4% rental availability to 0. We went from house prices being the cheapest in the region to the most expensive. For a community like ours that's based around sort of 0.7 to 1% annual growth, which is just a steady, nice rural environment, to be decimated. So how we manage all that and how we manage that money is absolutely critical. And as I say, if we, at the end of it, if we look, sorry, and I'll just get Emily to add a couple of things.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to speak to some of the things that we've been doing proactively in Uralla to address what the Mayor's talking about. What we've recognised very quickly was that while there were potentially quite large community benefits coming down the line in terms of our VPA agreements, but also the access right auctions, the community benefit program from Energy Co. Uralla has never had that kind of influx of funding coming into the community. So what we found is that we actually have to undertake some capacity building with our community to essentially co-design or through a participatory process, help people understand what the benefits could potentially be, and then talk to our community about what they might like to see at the end of the process. And that, for a small shire with only a few planning staff, is actually quite a resource-intensive exercise. So we've been working with a not-for-profit organisation called The Next Economy. We were very lucky to receive some philanthropic support to undertake a 12-month community engagement process called Striking a New Deal. That's allowed us to do, at this point, about 25 hours of stakeholder interviews, 4 community in-depth 2-hour community workshops with 125 participants from over the Shire, and to allow the council to receive insights as to what the community would like Uralla to look like. And in terms of regional economic benefit, lifting the community's gaze to essentially seize some of the opportunities has been a key process that we've worked through at council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, the Armidale approach is probably worth having a brief summary as to how we got here. The initial, again, back in 2022, councils were allowed to, with a VPA, charge up to $200 per megawatt, which is laughable. And it's through COREM that we dragged the state kicking and screaming into something meaningful. And that was a really interesting process. Where we've landed now is, and as Robert pointed out, the $850 for solar and $1,050 for wind in 2023 is fine. It also needs to have something for storage, and in Armidale we've done that. We're charging the same for storage that people do for solar, and we've had 3 VPAs or heads of agreement along those lines signed off on that, so it's entirely doable. We need the REZ, and certainly this is the Armidale view anyway, it needs to be able to deliver intergenerational benefit. So any of these VPA monies need to lift the community, and they need to lift it long term. So the approach that we're going to take is via a future fund, and we'll effectively live off the interest. But that money doesn't go into council's consolidated revenue. That is to be spent on amenity that we otherwise wouldn't have. So the thinking at the moment is yet to be finalised, is the council will have a say over where 70% of that income stream goes, and that will allow us to do things such as to borrow for significant amenities, be it a aquatic centre or doing up the parklands, and 30% will be decided by the community. And doing that responsibly will mean that this benefit lives well beyond all of our time. So now that would not have occurred if the councils hadn't grouped together and forced this. We just would have been left in the dark with a promise that the state would deliver. It's turned up with a turnip.
And so how did you determine that that was within the rules of the expenditure? Or how was that worked out?
We've had SC advice, and we have framed our VPA agreements so that we are able to consolidate all of the funds together.
Mindful of time, so happy to...
Yeah, sure, thanks. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today and for your evidence so far. I wanted to pick up both of your submissions, and I'm happy for any or all of you to answer this, but talk about the concerns around loss of social cohesion and, I guess, the impact on your communities while there is this uncertainty, and that's certainly something that we picked up when we were on our time in the Central West and also up here sort of yesterday. In terms of the consultation process or lack thereof, and again we've received evidence that it's been fairly poor, to use a parliamentary term, I guess just from your perspective, particularly I guess as the two mayors, what should have or could have been done in terms of that initial consultation, and is there scope for there to be better sort of community engagement and awareness going forward, or do you think the horse has bolted in some sense? That's a hard question,
I'll go first. The horse hasn't bolted, but we need the money now. Let's not muck around, because one of the proposal Sam talked about is the upgrade of Armidale Water.
Yep.
And if that involves Uralla as well, we're in a similar situation, then we're more than happy to be part of that discussion, but that's about the money. So let's not make prettier, try and soften it up. The issue around transport, again, we're only now seeing the bypass for Muswellbrook and Singleton. I think Singleton started, Muswellbrook's been planned. If you think you're going to get 8 oversized, overmass vehicles through Muswellbrook on a daily basis for every turbine,
Yeah.
we're talking stagnation of our New England highway. It was bad enough for 4 days when the Taree floods were on to have heavy vehicles and they went oversized, overmass. So that needs to happen today. Like they need to, and I know that, as I say, they've started at Singleton, to get into the Central West Arana area. So that's around transport. The accommodation bit is just, it's a dog's breakfast. I don't know how they're going to get out of that. That strikes me. Because again, if we look at Dubbo, where they had land beside the town and they want the development done there, and I know Squadron have been working with them for that. Mudgee want them as far away from the town as they can because they've got a tourist trade. We want some certainty in what they're going to do. We don't want a developer coming in and saying, yeah, we're ready to go, and we've paid a company whatever number of $1 million to build something out in the middle of the paddock, and we'll get semi-trailers up from Woolies each day and we'll cut the sewage and we'll dump it somewhere. So those discussions need to be having right now. So let's not sugarcoat that part of it. And that goes to, and if Uralla's idea about do all the infrastructure, do the roads, the drainage, the sewage, everything else, and then when you take away your little cabins, you're left with affordable housing, the bones of affordable housing, that'd be wonderful. We can build on that.
Yeah.
But if you stick something out in the middle of on land that we have no control over, and under the new SEP we probably don't have very much control, and I know there are planners in the room that'll be able to add to that part of it, but then that gives us no advantage. And of course the other part is, and the bit we got caught in our first development, is from the gravel pit to the solar farm or to the wind farm, we need control of that too. So if you're going to cart over our roads with a truck and dog, then you need to be paying road maintenance. So, we started off as a small shire with most of the gravel was just used on our own roads. Now we're seeing it, I think the wind turbine project's talking about 100 k's of internal roads. So the amount of gravel they need and where that comes from, and again, we're not highly resourced, but I think right from Sam's comment, I agree 100%. Water's the strongest issue. I don't know, Captain Dam's probably the first puddle they get to, is it?
Probably.
Yeah, that's scary. Thank you.
May I expand on that a little? From my perspective on the ground, working with both Energy Co and the developers, the consultation, I can't speak for the before times, I think Sam's covered that in quite a bit of depth, but in the last 12 months since I've been in this role, the consultation that we receive is excellent, but the issue that's emerging is actually around structuring regional collaboration, because I think our expectation to look at a single government agency to say, take leadership here, they don't have all the levers. The decision-making points are held across different government agencies, different tiers of government. Where there has been an emerging regional collaboration opportunity, there is an absence of leadership. There needs to be someone flow into that space, some organisation flow into the space and say, we're going to take charge of coordinating the different. When Energy Co talked to us about desiring a partnership, that is, at local government level, we can see a lot of the things that are happening on the ground. A genuine partnership, the last thing I think we would like to see is being consulted and then decisions being made in Sydney that impact us. A motherhood statement around partnership isn't what we need. What we need is someone to lead the coordination process as a genuine collaborative framework.
Across multiple agencies, presumably.
Absolutely. Regional development agencies, skills workforce, the EPA, Transport for New South Wales, Department of Planning, Energy Co, and industry, because there is a huge opportunity for industry collaboration to overcome some of the key sticking points around transport routes, for example, and accommodation, where if industry were collaborating with councils and with the other government agencies, EnergyCo particularly, we could have potentially much more efficient and cost-effective solutions. But there are things where we have shared transport access routes that a first mover is speccing for their own project, when we know that in the future 4 other projects and EnergyCo are going to use them, but due to timing and the fact that no individual industry proponent has a sense of the cumulative impact and nobody's in that space coordinating it, we will have an inefficient outcome. And I think that's the key thing around consultation. It's actually leadership and coordination.
Can I just ask one more, and I have heaps, but I want to give others time. Just picking up on something you said there, Ms Sims, and I would be interested in the views of the panel on it, just in relation to the cumulative impact of a number of projects. And again, this was raised with us yesterday. Are councils supportive of having a sort of stock take of where all the projects are up to within the REZ at the moment, looking at, as you say, the different cumulative impacts of particular projects along the way? Is that something that you've looked at as councils and that you would like to see occur?
Could I maybe just...
I'm happy for...
Yeah, the short answer is yes, but there needs to be a plan about what to do with it.
Yeah, okay.
And I'd really like to... It's going to identify the problems, but we need to go a step beyond that. And then what are the mitigating factors and what are the solutions? And unless government is prepared to actually enact solutions, don't bother doing it. All you're going to do is have something half-baked that becomes a platform for people to yell from. So we really need to think through the entire process. So sure, do cumulative impact. I think that's absolutely necessary. Should have been done ages ago, but sure, let's crack on. If we didn't do it yesterday, let's start today. But have a commitment to fixing the problems.
Yep.
If I could as well.
Yeah, please.
There's already been a bunch of collaborative work done by, and I'll speak for Armidale Council in this instance, we're engaged with the different agencies and departments on various issues. So a recent and really good example is Armidale Council's landfill is licensed for a particular tonnage. So we're working with the developers, working with the community, working internally to explain what that problem is, what the solution is, but it's beyond the remit of what Council can act on in the immediate. Also explaining that to developers that are using those as in their responses for a solution to their own waste. So Council are already very active in a consultation piece, in a void of any centralised framework or agency to control this. But again, it's well beyond the means and scale of Council. We're talking many more zeros than what we usually talk. So.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you. I might just ask a few before I pass on to my colleagues. Mr Copeland, you talked obviously about the Futures Fund. How much, and in your submission you talked about transforming Armidale into a boom town, but also the perils of boom town dynamics and boom towns quickly turning into other types of towns very quickly. How much of that Futures Fund are you going to put towards projects that actually drive industry, drive growth, drive employment? Parks are wonderful, but they don't necessarily create large-scale employment, etc. How much of that 70% that you're deciding upon would go towards employment-generating projects?
Look, it's hard to say, but the council needs to stand on its own 2 feet. In terms of the economic drivers, that to me is where some of the funds from the state should be delivered. So via EnergyCo and its Transmission Acceleration Fund, we in the New England keep referring to the Central West, their 128 million, that just seems to have been lost in the ether. But it's that sort of money that the state is going to pay effectively is to purchase social licence to be here. That it should be the money that funds that. The Future Fund really has to be amenities to make us a more livable area. But it hasn't been structured yet. The projects haven't yet been determined.
Okay. And just touching on the water issue, and obviously what we've heard, not only in the Central West, but also through submissions locally, is that there's all these projects cropping up that are probably outside the REZ, not necessarily guaranteed to be connected, but they're still putting stress on the community. Would you like to see a pause on some of these projects progressing before some of these key things like water can be sorted? Clearly, water security for Armidale residents is a priority over a potential wind farm. Would you like to see the water issue sorted, locked in, before some of these projects progress any further?
The water issue might actually cause those projects to pause. We won't make water available.
Yep.
It's as simple as
We
that.
won't either.
Might,
So can I just add
sure.
to that, please, Mr Chair? I think the issue is that when we look at the original applications after the SEERs are provided and they provide returns from those developers, the issues around accommodation and water probably take up about 4 lines in their submissions. We want them to have their outcomes and how they're going to deal with those issues as part of their first up for the Department of Planning to sign off on. So no point giving you 4 lines saying, yeah, we'll be able to find water, or, we'll put a bore down, which we know won't get them water on the tablehead. So, yes, we'll be able to find, 500 houses in Uralla or Armidale, and they're not there. So if it was at the start of the process, before they got Department of Planning being referred on to on for final review, they would have to look at that. And I take Sam's point. The other part is that they won't have the workers. Like, if we're talking about building new power lines through the region, and we're talking a couple of 1,000 kilometres, and we're talking about building all those solar farm and wind farms, some of those people are very specialised, particularly running the power lines, particularly doing putting the vanes on wind turbines. We're talking about a highly specialised skill force. They don't exist. If we said to the local TAFE, you're training people to do electrical type work so you can do work on the solar farms, they close the course down. Like, how sensible is that? Prepare them now if we have to set up some sort of project that actually gives them guaranteed work up until they actually start, or we could find other jobs for them, fine, but no point having the solar farms being built when they don't have the workforce and then expecting them. I think the last I heard for the running power lines was out of Portugal or Brazil. I mean, what sort of country are we? Like, that's just weird to me. I'm sorry.
Sure. And just finally, other neighbouring councils have talked about land use caps regarding renewable energy, and maybe that might be a way of calming down the plethora of renewable energy projects coming in and speculating over properties, and they may or may not ever come to fruition. Is that something your councils have considered a position on in terms of land use caps?
No, we haven't, but it comes to the question, whose land is it? If you're trying to apply caps, we're almost becoming a communist country. So I don't come to your farm and say what you can and can't do with it. With the exception of transmission, no one is forced to host a renewable energy project.
Mr. Bell?
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with Sam. And it goes to that issue, and I'm sure every landholder in Uralla Shire has had an approach from somebody wanting to sign up a confidentiality agreement and, getting $5,000 while they do it, while they investigate. Go back a step though. Energy Co provides all of the levers. Energy Co are the ones that provide access to their transmission line. Once we've got the couple of projects now that will connect into transgrid lines, but Energy Co has 100% control of that. And they've just done that in Central West Arana, where they've given out those access agreements to, I think, 10 companies have got access agreements. If you don't have an access agreement, you don't have a project. So that controls. The bit that I would like to see out of that land bid is if you build a solar farm or a wind farm on your property, then that part of that should be rated differently as a business, as electricity generating business, and it should be. And I know the companies are prepared to pay those if there's an increase in rates and charges, and they may well have to pay land tax as well. Then that should happen now. So rather than land bank, and I think if we looked across the Shire, the amount of land actually taken out of service is minimal. The solar farm has sheep underneath it. They have lease agreements on most of it. So, but as Sam said, we're not telling private landowners what they can do with their land.
Sure. And just finally, Ms Sims, you talked about the engagement or consultation with Energy Co in the last 18 months being excellent. Are you referring to the engagement with council or the broader consultation with community?
We have a dedicated council team that have been excellent. Our experience with Energy Co's council engagement team, it's been entirely positive from my experience. Can I add something to the last question around land use caps? There are two potential changes, I think, that would increase the positive engagement of landholders with proponents. The first is that where in communities, landholders have been able to come together as groups of landholders and choose which proponent they wish to work with and been very informed, that has had better outcomes than when a proponent has come in and essentially talked to everyone and then slapped non-disclosure agreements and gag orders over the landholders they've signed with. There's also a question about the incentives that are offered to prospectors that raise some concern in our community and also in the broader landscape of renewable energy, that there is the financial incentives for early prospecting is out of step with getting great outcomes for landholders.
Thank you. Mr Murphy or Mr Primrose?
I just wanted to go back to this issue about accommodation and to see, whether councils have been engaging in any discussion in this area about providing long-term accommodation as such. I mean, we've heard in other areas that, for example, councils have provided land where developers have then offered to build accommodation that could be used as social housing after the project's completed. Whether, for example, there could be a plan if you've got a couple of thousand workers coming in that may work on one project, then on the next one, then on the next one in a few years, whether there's a plan from council to build a sort of long-term accommodation that could then be used after that work's complete.
Sure.
Just interested on your views about that.
Look, I think the reality is Armidale will become the dormitory for the New England REZ, just given our relative size to other towns. We have ideas on what we would like it to look like, and we're going to be preparing our strategy around that to say, if you really want to come in here, this is what it needs to be. And probably in cascading order, we'd see something along the line, in an ideal world, something akin to an Olympic village that can be reconfigured. And I don't think we need to always go for social housing, but let's call it affordable housing or even quality housing. That's what we're missing here. So that would be doable, in parts of the Armidale CBD. The next step down after that would be to develop blocks that you can put a donger on, and then when the project's over, we now have developed blocks that we can build houses on. So that would be good. And I think there's reconfiguration possibly to an extent, and this wouldn't be all of it, but maybe out at UNE as well. I know they're keen to engage. The last thing we really want are workers' camps. That does nothing for the town at all. So that would have to be the last resort. If they have to occur, we'd want real restrictions on what's allowed to be there. No bars, no gyms, to force people to come and interact with the region. So we have plans on what could happen, but like everything with the state and Energy Co, it's down the track. They're going to talk to us about it in due course. Is that right, planners? Yep. So there's a plan to have a plan. But we need to be a bit better than that. When I say we, I mean you.
And I'll get Emily to add to it, but I think the idea of Armidale being a dormitory and people coming down to Uralla for coffee and the pubs and clubs is really a good idea. Thanks.
The accommodation piece is where there is a lot of inherent risk, but this enormous opportunity if we get it right. And we have been working on some assumptions. The first is that there is an interaction between safe work travel times and where accommodation needs to be located. That was early advice we received from Energy Co. We have been expecting that we will need to provide some form of accommodation, and the advice that we've received from our community, because as part of our local housing strategy, which I would add was funded by the Energy Co payments that we receive as a council, was that they were quite supportive of us doing temporary workers accommodation camp close to town, and that there were a few things around design outcomes, but overwhelmingly they want to see a positive outcome, a legacy outcome, whether that is repurposable housing or repurposable infrastructure, which is Dubbo has had some success in that area. The issue that we ran up against is that we are waiting for Energy Co to release their cumulative impact study for accommodation so we can have certainty as to the numbers that are expected from their network operator. Up until this point, we've had private investors interested in working with council and working with our community to build temporary workers accommodation in a location that was acceptable to council, etc. But without the certainty of this many numbers, this time frame, it's very difficult for the private sector to make that investment. So
Can I just ask, why is that the case? If you've already got a rental shortage and people need accommodation, why wouldn't private developers be interested anyway, regardless of the REZ?
The greatest source of demand for workers' accommodation is going to come from Energy Co's project itself. So when we started working through this with interested private investors, they wanted to do, detailed financial modelling, and we couldn't tell them how many, when, until we had more certain advice from Energy Co. Now, they still have an unconsented, they're working through their EIS process. So we're hoping that in the next month, we'll actually get that advice through the cumulative impact studies. And as the EIS goes on consent, on exhibition, we'll be able to see exactly how many accommodation, how many beds they're going to need and where. We have also had some really, really positive dialogue with proponents. Industry they need a solution to this problem. And we've spoken to 3 proponents in our region who are very willing to go into options to underwrite that risk to enable a private sector developer to come through. We've also had really positive engagement with landowners. So we're learning from CWO, but again, this is another example where council is kind of coordinating, private investors, government agencies, real industry, where having...
It's got the capacity to provide that intergenerational change because, if you get it right, you're going to have more accommodation for the community, you're going to have investment. Indeed,
but the coordinating role, council really doesn't have the capacity to do without, more resources. But when we speak to Energy Co about the coordination there's a lot of enthusiasm, but they don't have the power or they can't step into that role effectively.
Can I just add, I've spoken to a residential developer on this, so I've got some quite granular information. It's commerciality of it. Land values in our region make commercial, the commerciality of a residential development really quite tight. Then it's the risk that we face considering these solutions in isolation as well. It's the civil works that go through. Then it's impacts on the commerciality of it. The cost of building in the regions is a lot higher because of logistics mostly, and the materials and workforce also slow down. So the lag effect, the uncertainty on when, how much, where, etc., that slows down developers. That's coming from a developer himself.
I think we're about to run out of time, but
You've
if
got
I
one,
can,
yeah.
Mayor Copeland in his address raised, I think, a very important point, and that was the need for all the proposals to be backed up with economic development. We had a discussion about that. Now, I think we're about to run out of time, but my question to you would have been something like, in addition to what you've already stated, are there any other specific issues, requirements, proposals that you may have in relation to that very important matter? And maybe I could ask, Chair, if the witnesses do have any additional information on that, you could take that question on notice and provide those details to the committee.
Can I have 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. One of the issues for us is the end of life. So, and we'll get to why I think that the decommissioning's not very good from the state issues, the requirements. But, for Uralla Shire, imagine we're working with a number of the universities about, imagine if we're decommissioning solar panels in Uralla Shire. We've got the land, we've got an industrial area set up, the technology is available. So imagine at the end of all of this, and because already rooftop solar, some of it's over 20 years old. Let's say only, if we've got 1 million panels in the Shire already, let's say 1% of them need decommissioning or refunding or recycling or circular economy. So that's our first aim. That's a project that could start as soon as we had those people the funds to do it. After that, there's already a company who said they'd like to be close to the battery that's being put in at the New England Solar Farm because they're a high power usage, so they're a gas supply company. So those are the sort of things that will come when we have access to reasonable priced energy. But look, I appreciate your time. So
Can I just have 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Look, that's a great question. There are going to be plenty of nice to haves that roll through, but in short, unless the state gets behind long-term economic development here, and that's that water and meaningful accommodation, the whole thing's just going to be a disaster. So I wouldn't concentrate on anything else unless there's a commitment to solve those first 2. It's that simple as that.
And could I maybe again ask, given how important it is, if witnesses could take the question generally on notice?
Thank you. Yep.
If you have any more additional information, please provide it, because I think it's a very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that has quickly come to our end of time with you guys, but thank you very much for your evidence today and your candour. It's very much appreciated. You have taken that last question on notice, but the committee secretariat might also come to you with some supplementary questions that we have for you, and you'll have 21 days roughly to get them back to us. So thank you once again for your time.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now bring forth our next witnesses. Okay, we now welcome our next witnesses from Tamworth Council and Walter Council. So starting with my first witness on my left here, Councillor Noakes, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
I'd make Eric Noakes, Mayor of Walker Council. I'll be swearing an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Sam Lobsey. I'm the Manager of Development at Tamworth Regional Council. I'll do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Alan Butler, Acting General Manager at Walker Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jordan Kirk. I'm the Renewable Energy Project Coordinator at Tamworth Regional Council, and I'll be making an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And starting back on my left, Councillor Noakes, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I had a bit written down here, but a lot of it's been covered already, and I guess in the interest of time, there's not much use me going over and over the issues that these projects are bringing and this whole transition is bringing to a small community of Walker. We are a community of only 3,100 people, but a big land area. We don't have the resources in council that are required to do as much work as the big councils have got to do at the moment to bring these projects and to cover all our bases as we move along. We have massive issues around accommodation already. We have issues around our road infrastructure, the water that's been mentioned. All of these things impact us, but we struggle within council to have the time to do this. The $750,000 given to us by Energy Co has been fantastic, but sometimes proving how we spend that is costing us more money than we're getting back out of that. It's very onerous, the reporting of all of that work. We're learning constantly from the Central West Arana REZ, and we were told, I went to the launch of this in Armidale in February of 2021, where there were a lot of promises made about the way this would run, how our roads will be looked after, and at the time Energy Co were going to take over our roads and charge it back on a pro rata basis to the proponents. We were told that there would be all the proponents would be culled before they came to us. They're just coming at us. The roads are being left to us. We are trying to work around projects that aren't in the REZ and are in the REZ on the same roads. I think if we need something here, we need a body like Emily Sims spoke about last time to oversee all this, to bring all of this together. We are dealing with all of these people in silos, and it's very frustrating for us that the government at some stage has not pulled all of this under one umbrella to make it easier. I'd just like to comment one thing that's quite often said about the Central West Arana REZ, and that's around like building an aeroplane when flying. And I guess the government designed this aeroplane and Energy Co are trying to make it fly, but I feel like the communities that I represent are sitting in that plane and actually flying it, and our staff, the hostesses and that on the plane, and all our communities in this plane that everybody else is sitting watching. And I just think that we deserve a little bit better than that, that some of the other people need to get in from the government and Energy Co and help us in this process a lot more.
Thank you. Anything additional from you, Mr. Lobsey, or?
Sure, from Tamworth Regional Council, yep. So the TRC local government area is situated largely outside the formal New England REZ boundary. However, we have at least 15 fast mover state significant developments that involve the wind, the solar, battery and hydro. Together these represent 3 gigawatts of capacity, approximately $6.5 billion in investment and up to 5,000 construction workers. The projects list is not exhaustive, however, obviously, with many other projects either pre-lodgement stage or located further north of Tamworth, but still impact our region, with the New England Highway being the major haulage route from Newcastle Port through to the site. The challenge we face at the moment, they're twofold in terms of the planning and resourcing capacities and the cumulative impacts. We do receive the welcome annual contribution from Energy Co to support our planning and coordination, but this funding falls short covering the significant strain it has on this is having on Tamworth's infrastructure, workforce and internal resources. At the local government level, we have felt the brunt of the impacts resulting from the manner in which the REZ was established. We are not convinced that the typical planning process when it was established occurred. In a normal rezoning planning proposal process, council would be required to address essential infrastructure and service capacity issues to ensure that the right outcome can be achieved. If council had attempted to rezone land in a fashion in which the REZ was adopted, it would have received a very strongly worded letter from the department requesting more information. The current approach here, however, we believe is retrospective, causing the confusion, the angst and some of the mistrust. In terms of cumulative impact, concerns can be broken down into the 5 key areas for Tamworth. These are economic, transport, housing, food production and environmental. From an economic perspective, Tamworth's economy is based on events that practically occur every single weekend of the year. We are not just known as the annual Country Music Festival, and motel accommodation is scarce. Transport, despite assurances and long-term legacy benefits and promises to do it once and do it right, few have materialised. The latest Tamworth bypass route proposal is an example of this, announced just 3 months ago to facilitate the movement of heavy components. The Band-Aid proposal involves detouring heavy vehicles along existing rural roads and temporary closure of critical public roads, including the New England Highway, to allow reversing manoeuvres of the OSOM vehicles over hundreds of metres. We ask, why is this critical component only in the preliminary design stage so long after the New England REZ was declared? In terms of housing, this has been discussed already, I believe, so far. We also have housing supply and production concerns relating to the lack of workers and labourers to build housing and the lack of raw materials. And we're also concerned about our own housing issues that we already have in Tamworth. Food production, Tamworth's role as a food bowl and a protein producer is critical to the long-term economic growth of our region. It relies on protecting our highest quality agricultural land. Tamworth's value to the state economy in terms of meat production may be at a risk, and major protein producers could move elsewhere should prime ag land continue to be consumed by renewable projects. Environmental impacts have been perceived on occasion to be largely either ignored or dismissed, with decisions citing the greater public interest of approving a renewable project over environmental concerns. This has set, from our perspective, an at any cost tone in the decision-making process. We ask, why does every project relating to renewable energy basically need to be approved? We would argue that they don't. Site selection and good planning assessment considerations should be able to determine the outcome of any particular project on its merits. We ask for stronger collaboration with local government, as has been discussed already, better strategic planning across agencies and continued resourcing to ensure communities like ours aren't left to absorb the costs of an energy transition designed to benefit the entire state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the only other thing I'd like to add to Mayor Noakes, or reinforce, I guess, Mayor Noakes' comment, is just around how there should be a better coordinated effort looking at, not just individual LGAs, but the collective of the LGAs in water, waste and accommodation.
Sure. Mr. Turk, anything to add?
No, in the interest of time, I'm happy with Sam's comments.
Excellent. Might go in reverse order this time. Mr. Primrose, would you like to?
Thank you. You probably heard the question I asked the panel last time. I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about the importance, as one of the mayors said, about proposals to be bundled with economic development, how that happened, issues to do, what are the priorities, etc., etc. Can I ask for your general comments from your council about how you would want that to occur?
Do you want to leave with that, Sam?
So in terms of the economic benefits from the developments, we obviously are discussing things like VPAs from developers. This has been occurring for at least the last 10 years, and they have been in varying forms. One of the issues that we've had up until the more recent guidelines that set voluntary planning agreements and the amounts that are to be paid to the community from the developer. We had a a big variety of options and offers from developers, and it was really hard to get a grasp on what that money, where that money was going to go, which regional communities within the Tamworth local government area, where that money was going to be spent. Often a lot of the areas that these projects are in don't have large communities. We do have some examples of places like Nundle and places where you have communities that are not necessarily have the facilities in the area. So then the question is, where is that money going to be spent? Tamworth has been in the process of looking at a regional fund where some of that money would be spent on regional areas, so outside of the urban environment. And I guess at the moment, as it has been for the last few years, we are still grappling with what to do with those VPAs because they are so different each and every time. So
Can I ask, and I obviously invite other witnesses to comment as well, but what would you do differently? Given that we'll be making recommendations, give you a magic wand. I mean, if you could change things, what would be different?
I guess Walker Council as yet does not have a renewable energy project that has gone through and got its DA yet. We have a VPA with a fairly large wind farm. And I guess from an economic development point of view, we've got to tie that into sustainability of our council and our community. It's not going to necessarily bring factories or all of these sort of things, but it's going to make what is basically a rural and timber community, which is trying to work through tourism as another thing to enable these to operate better and under a better environment than we are. We've been through an SRV with the community. We can't do that again. So if these projects are going to come, we need to leverage that to make us financially sustainable. From a VPA point of view, they're very complicated when you first go to do them, and most of the proponents seem to want them to represent something that represents them in the community. We need them to make our community better, and those things aren't always seen, and don't always have a big sign on them saying that so-and-so wind developer did this project. You know, they want the buildings, they want the community centres and these sort of things, or the swings and, the barbecues, all these things. Councils need a better ability to direct where that money goes so that we can have the things that sustain our community. There is not much use these projects pouring so many $1 million into our community. At the end of it, we have just a far bigger thing to depreciate.
I think the consistency from day one would have been really helpful. We've spent had a lot of meetings over VPAs, having arguments about what we should be getting or what they should be providing, years and years worth of discussions over these issues. Whereas I think if we had a consistent approach to how VPAs should have been handled and where that funding should be spent, prioritising on things like local communities and having almost a list of things that potentially could be utilised for, and an approach to develop policies that are almost similar across the board. We get examples from time to time where state government requests councils to develop a policy over a certain thing. A good example is the council-related DA policy that was introduced a couple of years ago. We had basically been mandated to develop a policy, and we were given a set of guidelines over what should be in that policy, and then council goes through and formalises that. And I think if we had something along those lines from day one, all that time we spent discussing VPAs with different developers, with different priorities, different ideas on how to do it, it was really difficult. And it was really difficult coming from the staff, from the staff's perspective, because we're not economic, we don't work in banks. I mean, we do have a banker now with us, but at the time we don't have that experience or even the capacity and resourcing to sit down and spend a long time working out what is the best outcome for Tamworth. And so that made it very difficult then to be able to discuss that with our group of councillors, to explain what the what is the best outcome for our community.
Can I ask Mr. Butler or Mr. Kirk, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, and I guess to add on the comments so far, us particularly, we're a small council, don't have the big levels of expertise within our organisation that others may. So having greater guidance when we're developing VPAs, and to follow on from Mayor Noakes' comments around having all the new and shiny things, it's great, but we've got to be able to afford to operate and maintain those going forward. So having greater flexibility in where the funds can be spent would be crucial to, the successful outcomes overall.
Yeah, I guess all I'd add is that there has been a lack of certainty around, as I know it's been brought up previously, around the REZ and if any of these projects are actually going to go ahead. So talking to a lot of our local businesses, they've been hesitant to scale their operations because they haven't been given that leadership from the state government that this is coming, and the communication from the state hasn't been sufficient enough for them to want to invest in growing their business, or the support from their business to be able to grow so that local workforce can be activated. And as well as that, there hasn't been the activation as far as training and education. The REZ was announced in 2021, and that would have been a great time to invest into the community, to train school leavers then that would now be working in the REZ now, and we haven't seen that to this date.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, I just might come back to this issue of temporary accommodation, and really in Tamworth, only a small part of the local government areas in the REZ, I think as you say in your submission, but you also say that there will be an effect. People taking up spots in motels, competition over construction workers. Why do you think that's the case, or why would it be any worse because of the REZ than they're the sort of problems the whole state's facing at the moment?
Yeah, so we do have all those projects that are outside the REZ. We do have a couple that are in the REZ, and one has been approved. And the accommodation strategy that we've received post that consent does talk about where they're going to potentially house their workers, and they include suburbs like Kittingal, and they provide details around what the rental market looks like in Kittingal at the moment. So that is really concerning for us. Great for that project because it's probably the first project that we'll see from our perspective underway. But that's the first project, and if we do get that cumulative, so if we get another project up and running a couple of months later or a year later, those people are more likely to be still in those houses. So then where are they going to go after that? And we've had those discussions around potential workers' camps or other legacy projects for housing in places like Kittingal or Bendemeer or outskirts of Tamworth, but none of that has materialised to date. It's all been a lot of good chat, a lot of really positive stuff. Energy Co has also approached us around looking for areas, but we haven't
formalised.
So
are there any opportunities to build that long-term housing that could be used effectively to house workers, but then afterwards become housing that's there for the community?
Yeah, absolutely. From Tamworth's perspective, we are very open to that, having those discussions and getting an understanding on what commitments the council will need to make for that to occur. Obviously, we don't have the funds to go and build an estate. We need that private investment. We need that other government investment to step in and support it, and it needs to be done in the right way in terms of planning, like we talk about, in terms of the right infrastructure, the right sewer servicing, the right road connections, and all those sorts of things. And as previously mentioned, where are the facilities for these people? Are we plonking them in an area where, if it is going to be legacy, is that going to be a problem in the next 20 years or 30 years' time?
So is there an active process where council's identified sites, land that it could make available?
We have identified some areas, but none of it has been sort of set in stone. We haven't found a site and said that's the one. So we are very much still in the early days and still discussing that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you. I might just go to the issue of water first, Mr. Lobsey, Mr. Kurt. Obviously, Tamworth has had its history with water security, quite dire in the Millennium Drought. I know there's a couple of things on the table at the moment you guys are considering. You've got your water security draft plan that's coming down. You've also, from the state government's perspective, you've got the Tamworth Inter-Valley Pipeline projects that's been considered, which I know is quite vexed in your community, to put it bluntly. How is this renewable energy rollout intersecting with some of those key things that are happening in water security within your council? And what would you need from the state government to, I guess, make that process work more efficiently and effectively?
Not sure how best to answer that question.
Happy to take it on notice.
I can take some of it on notice. I can have a go. I'll have a go though. Majority of the projects we see, they're relying on existing bore scenarios, so where they're utilising their stock and domestic licences, and they indicate that in their application. So they say we need this amount of water per year. Perhaps it's at the start of construction stage or during production to clean the solar panels or what have you. That's the point they put across. We also talk about where if there's bores being put down, like if there's new bores, who is doing the work around determining what the groundwater impacts are for these developments? And it's not council's responsibility. A lot of the time, the bores are the option for a lot of these developments from our perspective, and we aren't in that. That's not our area to approve those bores. So it's an interesting discussion with Water New South Wales around who's controlling how much water is coming out of these bores for these projects, and really what the realistic requirement is for these projects. We don't know what they're actually going to need because we haven't seen a lot of them yet. And I guess that's one of the big issues is with a lot of things with all of this is that we haven't really, apart from a handful up this way, we actually haven't seen a lot of projects on the ground, particularly not in Tamworth of that scale. So there's still a lot of uncertainty around what those impacts are. But in terms of, the other policies and other projects that are underway in terms of water security for Tamworth is absolutely certain around its need for water security, particularly for not just the residents. We've got our meat production, which I mentioned earlier, which takes up more than our residents on a daily basis, and we have to make sure that that water supply is there in whatever form it is, whether it's out of the groundwater, out of the dams, or whether it's other ways such as recycling. So we are absolutely concerned about water security in Tamworth. It's still yet to be known what impacts renewable will have, though.
Okay. And just going back to your comments about Water New South Wales, did you actually get a clear response or answer from them in terms of whether they're the agency that will coordinate this or whether it's someone else? Like, did you get a clear response from a state agency as to who's going to coordinate, I guess, the planning of water use when it comes to these renewable energy projects?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Thank you. Just on housing too, I know that obviously you've already got housing stress with your meat production and your poultry production plants already. You've got share housing cropping up in Tamworth quite regularly. Has the council done any work in terms of a figure of what housing you would need outside of what you're already planning for under your Blueprint 100 document?
Yeah, so our Blueprint 100 document indicates it's an aspirational document that looks at 100,000 people in the Tamworth region. At the moment, we release around 300 lots a year. That's been pretty standard across for the last decade or so. To meet that aspirational target within a certain time frame, we're looking at doubling that to 600 a year. We are already seeing that is fairly unachievable in a lot of ways, from an economic perspective for the developers, from a labour perspective. the demand isn't necessarily there at this point in time for that number. We certainly see throughout the Tamworth Regional Housing Strategy, we certainly see that there is a need for a more diverse range of housing and housing that's not necessarily in the outskirts. We're looking at housing within that existing urban area. So looking at changing the morphology of some of these housing types from the 4, 5, 6, sometimes 7 bedroom houses to the 1 and 2 bedder units that are absolutely required. And affordable housing, whilst yes, Tamworth again is trying to do its bit, we still need other support in order to get affordable housing, and I think that's the same with a lot of government areas. In terms of how we can all contribute to resolving the issue. I guess at the end of the day, with renewable projects and our blueprint aspirations, there is that concern that some of this housing stock being used up will then impact us being able to attract other employees and staff for other services, our essential services and other commercial industrial uses in the Tamworth area. And I think it's very hard. I know from experience it's very hard to get a planner to come to Tamworth and then find them a house. Often they have to sleep in a caravan park or something like that for a few weeks or a month before they actually get somewhere. So yes, it's a concern.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you for your submissions and evidence so far. I wanted to take you to the challenges around community engagement and consultation, and I think, Mr Lobsey, in your opening remarks, you talked a bit about some of the stress and anxiety that it causes when people are uncertain, not knowing which projects may or may not be approved. The Tamworth submission, you make a recommendation where you say real engagement with landholders rather than just the statutory minimum. Could you just talk a little bit more about what you think that best practice should look like in terms of community engagement? And I'd be interested if you wanted to add to that as well, Councillor Noakes. So either or, whoever wants to kick off.
Yeah, I'll keep going. So, look, I think there has been really good engagement, and I think it was mentioned earlier by Emily at Uralla Energy Co. And some of the proponents have done really good engagement more recently. I think we're seeing a shift in the way they're actually getting out there. They're acknowledging that there's a lot of work to be done with the neighbouring properties particularly, and then the broader community. So we're absolutely seeing a change, and I think it goes right back to these original decisions that were made around, and that created that anxiety and that confusion about what was going on. The whole concept of this REZ without having the actual transmission line and being aware of where this transition line would actually go caused a lot of problems for a lot of people, obviously, and now we're seeing this on the ground, and it's very hard to come back from that. It's going to be almost impossible to get everyone. It is impossible to get everyone on that page, but it's about just actually producing evidence to show that you've actually dealt with concerns. Often it's really there's a table and here's the list of submissions and here's what we addressed it, and the way they addressed it is sometimes we'll just say, this is in our report. Yeah. This has been acknowledged in our report on page 468, and so that requires the neighbour, someone who isn't familiar with any of this stuff, doesn't know, which document is which. I mean, I often struggle which document is which. So it's about how you communicate, obviously. That is a clear message, and I think it needs to be very simple and looking at each individual's concerns and taking it back to them in some way. And I know it's not going to be easy for the larger scale issues and the bigger problems that are more widespread, like the bigger public interest issues. But there are projects where there's individual property owners, only a small handful, and they're being given that document and just told it's in there. Yeah. Or they haven't even received it from the applicant, they've received it via the department through the response to submissions process. So there is that sort of disconnect Like they've gone through that process, which is the statutory requirement, but you just need to do that extra bit more to get people and actually get people to the table so they can get a clearer picture.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Absolutely, yep.
I think from Walker Council's point of view that Energy Co has been quite open to engaging with us and through COREM on a regular basis. And I think the offer's been there for the community, but community are quite often slow on the uptake of this. You know, people who aren't directly affected and haven't directly been approached, and all of a sudden it's built up to where it becomes a problem to them. And I think that we just need to probably have it explained better to the community right from the start. It's too late now. We're well into this point now where, anecdotally, Walker is probably one of the most divided communities in New South Wales over this whole transmission project, and I think that comes through lack of knowledge of it, because as a council, as I said, we get to engage with them regularly, but there are so many questions taken on notice, and we all know what happens to questions on notice. They never come back.
Couldn't possibly comment on that, but yeah. No.
Yeah, well, and it's what I'm finding, that we want answers to these questions, and it's around our roads and all this sort of thing, so that we can give the community some confidence that we know what we're doing. And at times, I think we can't really give them confidence in it because we don't know the answer. And if we tell them, yeah, it'll be all right, and it's not all right, because, as I said earlier, from what the promises that have been made right through this transition, a lot of them have been, I don't know if they were promises or commitments or what the difference is, but a lot of them have been lost in the process. And, there was money coming to all the councils early on, as legacy money and all of that. And all of a sudden it just disappears because it doesn't fit the grant program. So, as I'm saying, it's hard to give your community confidence when Energy Co appear not to have the confidence in what they're telling us.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to, one more back to Tamworth. In your submission, you talk about a mandatory limit on permissible amendments to DAs. I was interested in that because one of the things that we've heard, particularly when we were in the Central West as well, is just about how long some of these projects can take to either be approved or not approved, and that other level of uncertainty. So I just wanted to check my assumption that recommendation is around sort of streamlining the process a little bit so people know one way or another whether a project's going to go ahead. Is that where that's come from?
Yeah, that's right. And, we do have communities that are divided as well. And they're divided for a long time. And a couple of years of division is 20 years of trying to fix those problems. And I can see this being a big issue for some communities for a long time. And I guess the point is the fatigue. It is assessment fatigue. It's getting amendment after amendment after amendment. People who start out the process really excited, really want to contribute, they slowly, every time, it's just like death by 1,000 cuts almost, and you get that fatigue in the process, and it gets to a point where you just put your hands up and say, well, so that's what the proposal is, to try to streamline that process and get the issue resolved as soon as possible. It's something that we entertain at a local or a regional DA level. So there's no reason why it can't be entertained under the state significant development level either. And it goes back to one of my comments earlier around the merit. Why do we need to keep trying to get this thing over the line when they've failed to attempt over many, many years? Why do we keep giving them that? It's a bit strange. It's a bit strange that we just keep letting it happen over and over and over again. And that's what the resourcing, again, like one particular project we've had, we have spent hundreds of hours across our council trying to go through all the documents over and over and over again. And it's not just the documents that you get through the Department of Planning, you also get separate emails from the proponent with separate pieces of information that they're going to utilise to put into their documents. So from council's perspective, we just don't have the capacity or the resources to fully understand what is in front of us, and often things have been missed because we don't have that time to just keep going over and over again.
Again and again and again when there's new changes. Yeah, thank you. I'll let
Thank you so much for coming today and for your submissions. I wanted to ask something that you refer to in your submission, the Tamworth submission, around post-determination actions by the proponent. And if you could expand a little bit on what that might look like. So this is to help remediate some of the division that you've been speaking about, I understand?
Yeah, it's basically showing the community that they care, I think, and getting onto it pretty quickly. We get a consent is issued, but it may not be for a long time before the turbines start moving and potentially a VPI injection of funds injection of funds comes in. So there could potentially be more sort of certainty for the community about what might come before that. Like what is this company going to produce for our little community, and to show that they are in the community. They're not just here to take their wind or take their sun and then take it elsewhere. They're actually in the community. So I think it's all around building that relationship. And I think there's probably examples of conditions and consents where there's been, or even in a VPA, where they've agreed to put something forward earlier, like through, could be sponsorships or whatever, but potentially there could be something ingrained in the conditions around about providing that earlier.
So would that be a part of a condition that the council mandates, or is it something that is mandated as part of a broader framework?
I'd be happy to see it part of a council policy that, as in a VPA policy, that this is also in addition to, as a way to show the community.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And just quickly, we haven't spoken much about decommissioning bonds, but I wondered if you could speak about the importance of that to the community and why it's been failing so far to produce any sort of certainty, or that there hasn't really been any certainty because there is no framework for decommissioning bonds at all.
I think for our community, it's one of the biggest concerns, because we're actually passing that on to the next generation or the generation after that, and it's easy for us not to want decommissioning bonds and just get on with the hard work we've got to do to bring these projects in. But it is extremely important, but we need some framework, as you mentioned there, around that. It's hard for us to go out and get a decommissioning bond. I've sort of spoken for a long time about how it seems to work in the mining industry, and yet there seems to be no appetite at all to put it into the renewable energy projects. So I would like out of this for something to come there, but whether we can make that retrospective in VPAs that we have already written is another thing.
No, I absolutely agree with that. There are examples, and the mining industry does do this. Why are we not doing this here? Like, this is effectively replacing a lot of that. So where are we? How are we going to expect landowners to deal with these significant pieces of infrastructure should these companies just pack up and go home? So putting it onto the company in some way, I don't know how we do that. We need to look into that, but it's absolutely something that our council is concerned about, and we've been flagging that for a number of years with the department. It's agree with all the sentiments. It's something needs to happen there.
Provides certainty and assurance for the end of life. So it's one of the biggest concerns, I guess.
Surely there's a provision there somewhere, like as I understand it works with mining, where it's so much a tonne. Surely so much a megawatt, kilowatt, or whatever we export out of these projects should be sidelined and quarantined for this in the long term.
I've been a renter. I had to pay my bond, and
yes,
hopefully I didn't do any damage, but the concept is clear.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, thank you. I might just fire off one question in the last minute. Just going back to Ms Mitchell's comment around consultation and going beyond the statutory requirement. Perhaps on notice, can you come back to the committee on whether you'd want any changes made to the statutory requirements to make them more explicit and prescriptive about how consultation should be done? So some of these developers can't sidestep or do it in a tokenistic way, which is what we've been hearing quite clearly has been going on. If you could take that on notice, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you this morning. Thank you very much for your time and your candour and your evidence. And you have taken a few questions on notice, and there may be some supplementary questions that come through as well. So the Secretary will be in touch with you for that. We will now break for 15 minutes for morning tea.
Thank you, everyone.
The Honourable Barnaby Joyce, MP. You don't need to stand. Barnaby, that's okay. Can you just state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Barnaby Joyce, member for New England, and I'd like to swear the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the participation and attendance of all those in the committee. Mr. Chair, might I start by saying the whole intermittent power issue is a swindle. It's a swindle in its nomenclature. They mention farms. There's nothing like farms. They're future obsolescence. They say renewable, when we all know in the end they end up as landfill. It's an environmental swindle. It's the biggest industrial metamorphosis that the New England has ever seen of their landscape and the nature of the area. Even in this environmental swindle, our LPA agreement, which I am part of as a beef producer, we have to sign that we have a management plan to restrict stock from grazing near wind towers and near solar panels. I presume this is on the same premise as the concerns they have with such things such as PFAS, but in this issue it'll be such things as microplastics, bisphenol A, cadmium and lead. It's a swindle in far as the decommissioning goes. It promises a virtue, but it doesn't tell you how they're going to get rid of it. Senator Murray Watt, Labor Party Senator Murray Watt from Queensland, was quite precise when he said, when they asked at a federal inquiry who was responsible for the decommissioning, he said, well, that is for the farmer to contend with in their lease agreements. It's a swindle environmentally in regards to bird life and nature. We believe that as one raptor per year per tower will be killed by wind towers. Mr. Chair, it's a swindle in economics. What other part of our economy in the New England has subsidised capacity investment schemes, which basically underwrites you even if you make a loss, even if you don't produce enough electricity? We would love that in the cattle industry, where we get paid even if we didn't produce cattle. It has government-paid transmission lines, and energy coding a classic example of that. It has a policy where it is almost compulsory, well, it is compulsory, for a section of that product to be purchased. It has provided policy that basically bans its competition in removing other things such as base load power. Most importantly, it's a swindle in virtue. Hospitals are virtuous, but you see them in cities. Roads are virtuous, and you see them in cities. But intermittent power precincts, which could quite ably be built off the coast of Sydney or off the coast of Melbourne, are not built there because apparently the virtue runs out when you're inside of the city. It is an issue that the virtue doesn't go as far as getting an ironclad promise that any of the solar panels will have anything to do with the slave labour that constructs solar panels in Sichuan province, or that the cobalt in the solar panels, in the solar panels, doesn't come from the child labour in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. These are things that in that virtuous, swami presentations we get, which are distinctly left behind. It's a swindle, Mr. Chair, in the fact that so many promises are made to local communities and so little is delivered. Let's look at Glen Innes as a classic example. Basically billions invested in intermittent power precincts, but what's happened to the town? Has its population grown? Are there new industries there? Are there new jobs there? There's only probably a handful, maybe one or two. There's no car park at the intermittent power precinct because hardly anybody works there. Yet they promise so much. So why is it happening, Mr. Chair? It's happening because there is a massive pecuniary benefit that goes to a select few. And we can see those proponents out there at the moment. Mr. Forrest, Chinese, overseas companies, multinational companies from China, from Singapore, from France, from Holland. These are the real benefits of this swindle on the Australian people and this swindle on the people of New England. And as we see on our community, bad policy makes bad politics. You've not just divided our community down the middle, you have divided them 90% to 10%, with 90% in some sections furious, politically furious at the lack of representation, politically furious at the low volume that should be played out on their behalf, I'm furious because they feel that they've been completely run over, and 10% who may be in support feel isolated and intimidated. But this carpetbagging approach is to be seen. Small country communities and country halls going through this micromanagement so they're not properly heard, pushed to separate corners of the rooms, basically told that everything's going to be fine, making sure that they do not get their community right to speak as one community until you enforce it on those especially from Energy Code, coming to so-called consult with them. I've been invited to Willamette Hall and seen this in process. I've been invited to Limbri Hall and seen this in process. These are good country people who've had limited experience with the highest levels of government, with the highest levels of corporations, and they've been run over. This is salt in their wounds when I see them turning up in their hired SUVs with their double-pocketed shirts and their first purchase RMs, as they basically make their way trying to look, having the clobber of the bucolic. And then, as they've got over the people, as they've had their way, go back to the lounge at the airport, fist pumping, saying what a great job they've done because they've basically belittled and rolled over people. At Gowrie, I saw landholders, I think it was Energy, the corporation Energy, saying to them that their actual land will increase in value when they're encircled with solar panels. When I reproached them on this and said that's a warrant that you have now given, so do you now promise that if a valuation is taken now and a valuation is taken later, that you will pay them the difference? Of course, they said they wouldn't. I said, well, you're lying. And we are over the emotion. We don't care if as a proponent you start crying. It means nothing to us because you are hurting us so badly. We have noted, and I've noted, I would also note that our family was offered the chance to be a site for a proponent, and as the Joyce family said, we are not interested in that. We produce meat, we produce food, we produce fibre, we don't rip off pensioners with an exacerbation of their power price. So I declare our interest in that we said no. But in the discussion, other people have intermittent power precincts, and when we've been given, on a personal level, representations that they will change where the corridor goes, so it doesn't go over the best of our farmland, so it doesn't go over our airstrip, which I'm about to start using right now, that it doesn't go over what was clearly noted in our area as the Aboriginal place that we can clearly prove was historically of Aboriginal significance. They don't care. Laws like that don't matter for them. And they continue on. Even though they've given multiple representations, we're going to change. I've just checked the map right then, and it's going exactly where it was always going to go. And that's emblematic of the arrogance of this process. We have seen the people in Energy Co turn up and say that, very sillily in front of my wife, that we cannot allow the media there. Well, that's a bit of a problem because she's a senior columnist for The Telegraph. So what we have to do, the final insult for this is that it doesn't work. What we are seeing with intermittent power and its process as part of apparently net zero is the vast majority of the GDP and the vast majority of the population of the globe, whether it's fortunate or wrong or whatever, but they're not participating in it. So the efficaciousness of this process is null and void. It doesn't have effect. It is not going to do anything. So why are we continuing on with it? We now have local governments. They're not going to be, there is no real promise of help for local governments. I don't go to areas and see that new dams have been built or new precincts have been built for the apparent flow-in of industry that's going to happen, because it's not going to happen. What will happen is oversized, overmass vehicles will wreck the roads. What will happen is that we'll have fire risk delivered into our area. What we will have is, because no one has any plan for the decommissioning of these, and might I state that the Labor Party Ombudsman, Andrew Wyatt, stated clearly about 2 years ago that for a structurally sound one, $600,000 a tower, for structurally unsound ones, this is 2 years ago, $1.6 million a tower. That means if the farmer's responsible for it, we are heading towards, and I used to value land for a company called QIDC, we are heading towards negative value on farmland. You will not be able to borrow against it. No one will want to buy it. And that's what we've created. No government with all their virtue, has come out and said, well, like a coal mine, we will underpin the rehabilitation and recommitment of that land to its former state because it knows it costs too much. So they're fobbing that off to the farmer, and we've stood by and let that happen. We have done nothing about it. No private member's bill, no speech in the Parliament, nothing has been happening about this. So my job in politics is to stand up against the powerful on behalf of the powerless. And I mean that, the powerless, because that's what we are creating. We are creating ultimately a society where people cannot afford electricity. We have, in the area where I live, which is one of the poorest schools in New South Wales, you can check that up, people who have been pushed out of their house to live in a car because they just can't afford to live anymore. What is the virtue of that? What is the moral of that? Where is the benefit of that? How do you justify that and that a billionaire becomes wealthier? Or that an overseas company makes their money out of a government underwritten guarantee when the ultimate side of that is poor Australians are put into destitution? Is that what the virtue of this product is? Is that what the virtue of this process is? It's a disgrace. It should be scrapped. And let's see if after this committee, and I wish you all the very best, I bless you with all the motivation you can have, but let's actually see, just like everything else, whether anything actually changes.
Thank you, Barnaby. I might pass to my colleague Sarah Mitchell to
I'll
fire off her
ask a
questions.
couple. Thanks, Barnaby. Thank you for coming and for your very passionate and eloquent, as always, submission on behalf of the community. I just wanted to ask a little bit more. You touched on it a bit, but just in terms of the impact, and some of the councils talked about that earlier too, around broader impacts on your electorate, housing, transport. We talked about the New England Highway and, if you're going to try and bring wind turbines up, what that would mean. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that from your perspective as the local member?
I believe, Sarah, I have, but after 20 years in politics, unfortunately, developed a sense of cynicism. I see now that after the money, to be honest, the previous coalition got, but it was delayed in the construction of the Muswellbrook bypass, and they're now going forward with it. There's nothing to do to help the people in Muswellbrook. That's to get blades up. That's what that's about. That's why they're paying overtime, double time to get Singleton finished, to get the blades up. See, the blades have more benefit than the people. And what we have, Sarah, in areas like here, we have small councils. They do not have the resources of Sydney. They're on a stringent budget and they have restricted expertise. Where if there was honesty, if everything that was offered as a warrant to the people of the country areas was true, then they'd already be fixing up the roads, Sarah, to take these in, but they're not. They'd already be fixing up the bridges, but they're not. They'd already be double-sizing and gravelling the roads to where these precincts will be, but they're not. They'd already be coming up and allocating areas of new industrial area for the new industries that are going to be absolutely mobbing in to Armidale and to Tamworth, but they're not. In fact, they've removed our funding for such things as Dungowan Dam. They've never promised any upgrade of Malpas Dam. They've stalled things such as the Tenterfield bypass because the wind blades don't need to go past there. And so what we have is councils, and they're good people, but I believe on this section there's a lot of naivety because they're not going to get anything but the future prospect. We have 1 million solar panels here, Sarah. Where are they? They don't last forever. Everybody knows that. So where are they going? Where are they burying these things? What are they going to do? What happens if some of the cadmium and the lead gets into the groundwater? Or is that a problem that we'll leave for our children to fix in 20 years' time? Where's that plan? And where's the plan to... do you know now, Sarah, I can't, under Regulation 2.8 of my LPA assessment, I am not allowed to graze around wind towers or solar panels. I have to show my management plan to restrict access of stock to them. So if the wind towers next door what's the recompense to me? I can't graze cattle in that area. Now, we are the Joyces of beef producers. We sell cattle. And we're very proud of what we do and what we've done basically for generations. And this is, You know, so on an environmental basis, we're going to bring poison into our pastures. It's amazing.
Did you want to make any comments about the housing issues as well, that like obviously you represent Tamworth and Armidale as well, but what are people raising with you around that?
Well, Sarah, we know what happens, and I've seen something very similar in the coal seam gas issue in southwest Queensland while I was there. This is rinse and repeat of coal seam gas, only this time it's Windhouse. Virtue issues, carpetbaggers, deals being flipped and flipped and flipped, and the ultimate beneficiary is those who get the DA through. I mean, they're the ones who make, there's tens of millions of dollars been made by just people who've scratched the paper and got the paper working. Now, what's happening on the housing issue is they need temporary accommodation. They don't want to wear the costs of permanent accommodation. What you will get here is what you get in mining camps. You're going to get Dongerville. They'll be bringing in dongers on the back of a truck. There'll be fly in, fly out contractors. It will not be locals, but you will get a temporary exacerbation of any accommodation locally as they come in, gobble up all spare accommodation. And for that, once more, who is affected, Sarah? It's the poorest people. They're the ones who can't find the house. They're the ones who get pushed out into the street. In my office, I have people both from the Aboriginal community and basically in the local community saying we can't find houses. But we're going to make this situation for a period of years, we're going to exacerbate it. Yeah, but where's the virtue saying, we're going to deal with that, we're going to build for it now? There is none, because it's a lie. It's a lie.
We haven't got much time, so I'll let on.
Ms Munro?
You go.
Sure. So just, you sort of touched on the issue of foreign ownership. Just wondering if you expand on your concerns around sovereign risk for a lot of these projects and what that means for local communities.
Well, I think the first thing, Chair, is it shows that the domestic benefit is limited. In fact, all we have is a domestic cost. There is no domestic benefit. And in politics, I don't know whether it's the same at a state level, the genius is in this, wear orange lanyards. They're called lobbyists. And they've done an exceptional job of being heard at the highest levels for a deal that there is no downside on. Mr Chair, the benefit of this, as a person who worked in banking or as an accountant and person who worked in banking for 4 years, is the paper it's written on. This time, when you say it's not worth the paper it's written on, oh boy, this one is worth the paper it's written on. A guaranteed rate of return that's hidden, commercial in confidence on the budget papers, NFP, not for publication. All I have to do is have that piece of paper and I'm guaranteed money, I'm guaranteed loot. So we have overseas companies that what happens is one person buys it, they flip it to another person, clear their risk, so they're not indebted to the farmers, all the guarantee's gone. The next person buys it, the next person buys it. It is total carpetbagging. But the beneficiary of this, even if you had some solace, some modicum of joy, you would see the local community of Armidale being the beneficiary of this, or of Wagga, or of Dubbo, or maybe of Glen Innes. But it's the town, the village of Shanghai, of Singapore, of Amsterdam, and then billionaires such as, and God bless him, good luck to him, he's a great businessman, Andrew Forrest. That's who the beneficiary of this is. I mean, where? You've got the Department of the Environment at a federal level. We haven't got so much as one office away from Canberra, yet this is apparently to help the environment.
Obviously, part of this job of the committee is to make recommendations to the government outside of scrapping the whole bloody thing, which I don't think I'll get up as a recommendation.
Yeah.
What would you recommend in my shoes?
As you remove the reason it stands up on economic feed is because there's no economic cost. All risks are taken away. I would say recommendation number one. Everything pertinent to intermittent power recommendation number one, change the nomenclature. They are intermittent power precincts, not to be referred to as renewables or farms ever again, and because it belittles what farms are. We run a farm. This is not a farm. The nomenclature to be changed to the honest expression of what they are. Number two, that all agreements pertinent to that are to be open for the public to see. Nothing in secret. No more secret agreements. If you believe it, if it's virtuous, if it's true, if it's just, then stand behind your documentation. Stand behind your figures. Number 3, that everything, that there's to be a cut and paste of all the guarantees that are given to people in the mining industry for the construction of a coal mine are to be given to intermittent power, to those living with intermittent power precincts. Therefore, then the government will make sure that the documentation stands up for the rehabilitation and reclamation of land. Because that's what they do in coal industry. On our place, we also have a mine. When the proponents disappeared, and we hated the mine, the government, state government had to come in and clean it up. Now, on these, no, they will fall over in the paddock. That's exactly what happens in other countries. So there must be a cut and paste, and everything that's offered to areas with coal mines is exactly what's offered in regards underwriting the legacy of these projects to communities. Number 4, that there would be a massive investment project to actually deal with such things as the wear and tear to roads, as the damage to towns, that you invest in actual housing projects prior to the contractors turning up. I suppose number 5 is that if you truly believe in this, there should be no discrimination as to where they go. If these things can be viably built off the coast of Manly Beach, then that's where you build them. And the transmission lines can go over Mossman, that's where they go.
Thank you. Questions from... Yes.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Joyce, for coming today.
I don't think you mean that, Peter, but anyhow, go on.
Always happy to see you, Barnes.
Yep, thank you, Peter.
Back when you launched the White Rock Wind Farm in April 2016, can I just quote briefly from your press release? The White Rock Wind Farm will put New England on the map as a national leader in renewable energy production and drive local jobs and economic activity through the construction phase. 175 megawatt generating capacity of the project will make it larger than any operating wind farm in New South Wales. This and other clean energy projects proposed for the region will ensure New England is a major player in the field and sending power to the New England and beyond. Clean energy is essential to meet our emissions reduction targets. Were you wrong then?
Absolutely. Peter, as John Maynard Keynes said, when the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, sir? And the facts have well and truly changed. Peter, even in intermittent power, we'll call them intermittent power from now on, you get to a level of around about 30%, and then physics wins the argument because it just doesn't work. Peter, since that time, what have we seen happen to our power bills? Have they gone down or gone up? They've gone up. In fact, they've gone through the roof. In fact, now they laud themselves saying we're 42% intermittent power, but our bills since the period of time of basically where this has started, I think they've more than doubled. So, Peter, you have to get to a point where you say, yes, I was wrong. You asked me, was I wrong? I'm absolutely 100% was I wrong, Peter. But now I change my mind and I change direction and I'll fight for the people and correct my position. And I hope that other politicians decide to correct their position.
Joyce, I just had one question. I was reading that you were intending on bringing a private members bill.
I am bringing a private members bill.
Which was, in essence, going to abandon net zero.
That's exactly what it's going to do.
The move to a low carbon economy.
100%.
Yep. Well, I just wanted to know, does the Coalition Party Rem support that bill?
No, they don't.
Right, so you're on your own with that one.
I'm happy to be on my own. I've been there a number of times, Cameron, and I'm back there again. I think people have got to understand just how alone I'm prepared to be.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ms. Monroe.
Thank you so much for coming today. It's good to hear your submission, and obviously you have a lot of supporters in the room. Yeah. I'm curious about what you say to landholders who are actually bringing these solar panels and wind turbines onto their properties, and how you respect their right to use their land.
Jackie, that's a very, very good question. My neighbours, who we've been basically generational friends with, and I intend to stay that way, having an intermittent power precinct there. We were offered, Jackie, the same opportunity. We didn't believe it was an opportunity. We believed it was a rip-off of pensioners that was morally incorrect through our view. Morally incorrect through our view. This is one of the most divisive things that have happened in our communities. If you take just a normal point of engagement, which might be the local football game on the weekend, where people will walk up to someone and say, there's that FC, and say it to people's face. We've done this, Jackie. We've done this to our own communities. And it is because there's so much to lose on one side, to be quite frank, on when you're there's a property sold just lately, Jackie, called Dungown Station, and we believe there was a huge impairment on the value of that asset by reason of the proposed transmission lines. We see that we think a 20% and more diminution in the value of our asset by reason of these, yet they pay us $10,000 a kilometre. But then they say $200,000, but it's actually over 20 years. You can have it. Now, Jackie, the reason they get in on this is you find people who are under stress. This is how swindlers work. And offer them, and then look into their eyes and say, how much can I get away with to rip this person off? At the start, Jackie, people were getting paid like $3,000 a tower, $2,000 a tower. Now they're up to $45,000 a tower. Are they going back to the other people and saying, oh, we kind of ripped you off, so we're going to pay you a little bit more? No, they're not. And so what's happened is people say, this is a great management plan that I can hand the property over and get an income stream for myself and retire to the coast. What they don't see is the obvious obsolescence that's coming their way, and they're actually responsible. They will be responsible if there's an order put on them for the reclamation of the land. And so the kids won't have a property. The kids will have a problem, a massive financial problem.
So how have you maintained your relationship with your neighbours?
By being straight, by being open to my position, but never going argumentum ad hominem. And so, it's hard, Jackie, because we're families, as I said, we're generational friends, and people are decent people, and we don't think there is a sort of nefarious aspect of their personality. We believe they have been ripped off. And now we're finding that, guess what? They have been ripped off. I mean, one saying, I've got a $100,000 bond, saying, mate, that won't cover the decommissioning of one tower.
So if they were for example, if there were decommissioning bonds and there were programs that put in place a more robust framework and there was improved financial compensation, would you feel more comfortable with the decisions that these landowners make?
Well, what I'd worry about then, Jackie, is maybe I feel okay on a personal level, on a family level. I mean, you take a simple thing like, for instance, a transmission line goes right over the front of our place. In fact, they bifurcate it. They really don't like us. They split it into two on the top end of our place and take it back to one at the bottom end of our place. And I think it's only because we own the place. And we said, why is it there? And they said, it just needs to be there. And we say, you're going over our airstrip. You're going over an Aboriginal, basically, site. You're going over our best farming land, which we can't operate on after that. I said, why don't you just go back the other side of the hill? We hate it, but it'll still be on our land. But the other side of the hill, it's not going to worry us. It's not going to worry our neighbours. It's not going to worry other good people. Not doing that. Why? Because we're stronger than you. We can do what we like. We can hurt you any way we want. But if going back to the substance of your question, Jackie, okay, so I feel better. What do I say to the pensioner that's been pushed out and put in her car? What do I say to that lady who's, at the vulnerable time of her life, and I'm thinking exactly of a case, in the late 60s, and saying, oh, I'm okay, but you sleep in your car, sucked in.
Thank you. I think we spoke to the councils about those issues, so there's obviously an awareness that this is a real problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that unfortunately takes us to the end of our time with you, Barnaby, but thank you for coming and giving an honest and frank appraisal of the situation. You haven't taken any questions on notice, but there may be some supplementaries, and the Secretary will be in touch. But thank you once again for your time and your work.
I really appreciate that you're here. Thank you very much.
We'll now bring forth our next witnesses. ex-witnesses. So starting, my first witness on the left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Your left.
My left, so.
My name's Annette Killar. I'm the convener of Climate Action Armidale, and which is of Sustainable Living Armidale. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just before you do, can you just pull that other microphone towards you as well? Yeah, thank you.
Sana Zalian, I'm the convener of REACH, part of SLA, and also a lecturer in urban and regional planning at UNE. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, we will together. Good morning, and thank you for inviting us to speak. I'll start and then hand over to Dr. Sanaz Alian. We represent Climate Action and Sustainable Living Armidale and our action group REACH. We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and the traditional custodians of all country where renewable energy is being developed. I have lived and worked and raised children in the New England region for over 30 years in Uralla and Armidale. In 2019, during drought and bushfires and an impending unprecedented water shortage, our community called on Armidale Regional Council to declare a climate emergency. This motion was unanimously passed, and the climate actions have since been included in our council's community strategic plan and council's delivery program ongoing. In 2022, we formed our REACH group, standing for Renewable Energy, Education, Advocacy, and Community Health, and to engage with the newly announced New England Renewable Energy Zone, and to support an equitable renewable energy transition. REACH advocates for supporting energy literacy and action that resonates locally, facilitating community engagement for ordinary citizens in public policy, local planning, and community benefit, strengthening the perspective that attention to environmental health in all decision-making is a bedrock for achieving community health. In our learnings over the past 3 years, we support a strong social license and a fair energy transition, and we want to see the following. First, prioritize early, meaningful consultation. Adopt a with us, not to us approach and culture valuing local knowledge. Community engagement must go beyond inform to include consult, involve, collaborate. Coordinate across government departments beyond planning for both impacts and opportunities. Focus on legacy. REZs need to be about broader community and regional development, not just infrastructure. A continuous learning approach in the rollout. So, for example, in the New England REZ, lessons learned from projects like Central West Orana need to be actively applied and applied now. Second, support the local energy hubs concept. Provide independent local information on climate choices, empower residents to make informed decisions and cut energy costs and bills, help the community navigate large-scale renewable energy projects and developments and the complexities of the evolving energy landscape, and participate in local community and or council-owned mid-scale renewable energy projects and smaller community storage options. Encourage electrification of homes, businesses, and farms, involve and collaborate with the community benefit decisions, and provide reliable information, research, and resources to call out misinformation. The facilitation of community participation and support in the energy transition that is accessible to everyone is crucial for garnering social license and a faster transition to renewable energy. And third, take a nature-positive approach to renewables and raise the planning bar. Improve planning regulation and siting for renewables. Normalize dual and multi-land use approaches like agrivoltaics and conservoltaics. One urgent task here is to work with the New England regional community to identify ecological protection and restoration priorities for this renewable energy zone. Use this knowledge for directing site choice to promote renewables on degraded land to prospective developers and prioritize such projects in the planning approval system. Require developers to contribute nature-positive regional environmental outcomes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this inquiry. As a background to these points and to help focus on solutions, it is relevant to acknowledge the history of this establishment of REZs in New South Wales. I present this in my capacity as a lecturer in urban and regional planning at UNE and the convener of REACH. Here I would like to table a summary of a project or research project that I'm currently working on titled Renewable Energy Zones and Engagement, focusing on New South Wales. Let me begin by acknowledging that the energy transition has the potential to be a positive change for our environment, economy and communities if it is done well. To date, the reality on the ground has been mixed, and there has been a glaring absence of strategic upfront planning in regions like the Central West, Orana and New England. In New South Wales, the declaration of renewable energy zones began well before many of the guiding policies and frameworks were finalised. This has resulted in an accelerated planning, which resulted in planning for the regions rather than planning with the regions. Locations for REZs and some developments on them appear fragmented and rushed, lacking in good governance and community engagement processes. Here we're emphasising involving the community and collaborating with them and empowering them rather than simply informing them. Environmental impact statements, or EISs, for many REZ developments routinely fail to consider cumulative impacts meaningfully, leaving gaps in planning around workforce accommodation, infrastructure capacity, water, waste management and community services. Stronger integrated regional planning mechanisms are urgently needed to ensure that renewable energy transitions benefit rather than burden local communities. A key example of this is water security. Armidale Regional Council is currently listed as a Category 5 risk and faces a significant water supply deficit in the event of drought. Securing water underpins both the viability of the REZ and the region's broader future in the face of climate change. Without resolving issues like this, the REZ development presents a significant risk. These matters affect neighbouring councils like Uralla, indicating the need for regional scale solution and coordination. The key message here is that REZs must be co-developed with local communities and councils. REZ development needs to be aligned with councils' ongoing medium and long-term regional sustainable development goals and be meaningfully responsive to their communities.
Thank you. I'll look for committee members to fire off questions. Ms. Munro.
Sure, thank you. Thank you so much for your submission and also for coming today and for your additional evidence. I haven't had a chance to look through this properly yet, but look forward to reading it. I am curious about the, you mentioned that you're on Ms. Killer, you mentioned that you're on the community reference group for the New England REZ. I'm curious about how that is going, what kind of engagement you're working on and if you see any problems or opportunities in that space.
Okay. Well, the community reference group started this year. The New England REZ was announced in 2023, I believe, or late 2022. So that's been a deal of time, but we've had 3 meetings since then, and it has started well. We have to, learn a lot and then move forward. We've been given presentations on the New England REZ cumulative studies and on the biodiversity offsets, the changes to that. That's 2 things that have happened recently. And we're working out, I suppose, how best we can get questions to Energy Co in a way that can be transparent for everyone. So that sort of mechanism hasn't been worked up, which is interesting, I suppose, because we are second to CWO. So it would be kind of, you could say, why hasn't that already happened? In terms of opportunities, well, I mean, my view is that we should be working as a region to try and find solutions in this space. I guess we have had one clarification around, or we're working on this clarification around this
community participation policies, the inform, involve, consult, involve, empower point. And we're, as a community reference group, we're being told we're inform and consult and possibly involve. So we're working through that, not to the other two levels. So I guess picking up on that point, I would say in contribution to our point, that the community reference group is one avenue, but that is different, I would say, to a community engagement process for a whole of community. And I would think that a whole of community approach would need to actually go to those other higher levels.
Okay. The submission recommends that the governments address misinformation about the energy transition. Is that something that works within this process of, what was it, inform, consult, empower, involve?
That's just a standard public participation.
Okay.
I think in our submission, I was putting that probably in the concept of the local energy hubs concept. And I guess that's around being able to go, if people say, that offshore wind farms kill whales, that you can go and say, well, where's the evidence for that? And the evidence is, well, the most thing that kills whales is whaling, and the second most thing that kills them is whatever else it is, and possibly one of the overarching things that kills lots of creatures, or potentially bats or birds, is going to be climate change. So anyway, things like that. So that was where that misinformation piece is around the community being able to have some space where those questions are facilitated. Obviously, they're facilitated in lots of different organisations trying to work towards making some clarity there.
So like having that physical space is an important consideration. Is that right? Rather than having like a hotline, for example, or a website, but actually having a physical place.
I think in this context, it's actually around the renewable energy itself, because we're talking about, in this case, some people are stating things that just aren't the case. I mean, the pollution from coal, for example, is quite significant from coal ash, much more significant than the the pollution from a solar panel on your house, at any rate. Yes.
And just finally, from me, on the community benefits aspect, something that we've obviously spoken about a little bit today and heard from different stakeholders, the way that they're trying to bring community benefit to be broader than just a couple of different land holdings. How do you look at community benefits and the opportunities for better sharing of community benefits?
Well, we haven't seen that process roll out yet, and I think it's been noted by other speakers that the community generally, as opposed to landholders, say, aren't necessarily aware of the opportunities or what could be happening. There are two different things, and that's the transmission lines, the REZ, and the VPAs. The VPAs sit on a local government situation. They operate through there, whereas the REZ is through Energy Co. When Energy Co first announced its inquiry and started coming to us, they wanted to just say, we're just the REZ, we're just the REZ, we're just the transmission lines. Those other things are other people's business. In the 3 years that we've been in this space, that has shifted, and they are much more they recognise that language and that thinking is not correct, and that it is a whole of REZ story. With respect to the community benefits, though, as I think you've heard from our mayor and the mayor of Uralla, two different approaches, but they're not incompatible. One of them, the one through Armidale Council, is still working through the details. I think that, we would definitely, the same principles would involve to anything that's going on with the state level government is that the community has capacity to feed in. And I suppose in this case, I think it's quite important. So probably a lot more than a 28-day draft document. See what you think. Definitely a more engaged approach.
May I please
Of course, please, yes.
Just adding to what Annette mentioned, there are obviously two different least 2 different streams about community benefit. And the one for the state government, it would be good to learn from what happened in Central West Orana and learn good things about that, not just, trying to learn from some of the things that happened in the last year or so there. And in terms of that, our WPA at the local government level, Sam, our mayor, mentioned that, and we trust that they're working on it and it will be good for our community. So we'll leave it to their capable hand that will be managed well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for your submission and for appearing today. I just have 2 questions related to some of your recommendations. The first goes to recommendation 2, where you talk about that dissemination of information out through the community, and you've touched on that a little bit already. But I thought it was interesting where you said that there should be an emphasis on involving the community rather than simply informing them. I know you talked about having sort of models like the local energy hubs where people can go and discuss any issues or concerns. But how important do you think it is to get that balance right about involvement rather than just information, and how could that be done better than is currently occurring? And I'm happy for either or both to answer.
I guess Annette started talking about the IAP2 model of community engagement, which ranges, spectrum, they call it, starts from inform and goes to empower. I'm going to say that what we saw at the beginning of declaration of REZ in New England and even before it, we haven't really had inform, let alone empowerment or involvement. This has been getting better, and energy is only one part of the whole REZ, but I would say at the beginning, even the informing about the REZs wasn't good. Sometimes I wonder if I use some of that as bad examples of community engagement for my students, because I teach community engagement, so that's I've been thinking about that. And also in terms of the EISs, there's like different developments which are obviously happening. Some of the EISs that they've provided and their social impact assessment, as I mentioned, some of the engagement that they've done, I would also consider using those in my material for the students as bad examples of engagement. I'm not going to mention any, but in terms of your question, having the balance, I think giving the opportunity to people and giving the opportunity to people, whether it's land owners or community or, local government or anyone that is involved or anyone that is part of the community, giving that opportunity to them to be involved early and not just going and declaring the REZ and put some, circles on the map and say this is where the REZ is, and then going and doing your consultation, having that before a lot of these decisions are made. As I mentioned, it's getting better, and Ed mentioned that she's part of the reference group, but still a long way to go.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything? You don't have to. But.
Well, just with respect to, say, that local energy hub idea and information, and your question is the balance about involvement, or definitely I think what you're looking at, so there's the higher level, the REZ infrastructure, all that kind of thing, but ultimately this is about energy transmission, right? And a lot of people don't understand what that change might mean and what that might mean or how that might mean for their house or how that could lower their bills or that sort of thing. And yes, that does need to be practical. And so there's, if you buy solar, if you were lucky enough to have a solar on your roof, well, you need to learn that maybe you need to use your energy in the daytime and use your energy differently. So that's something that it's not really easy to understand just by having a written sort of something here. Yeah. It's sort of something to be shown and shared. Yeah. So definitely the shown and shared. And the same applies to any kind of distributive network idea, rather than just this kind of idea of yes, there is these developers that are coming in, but there's other options or opportunities within the grid
that will be helpful in terms, and that are, you know, even being trialled out, like pole batteries or with essential energy or community battery ideas or that sort of thing. So there's discussions and tangible things people learn through doing.
Yeah. And then just one more, if I can, Chair. You talk a bit about, there's a couple of your recommendations where you touch on sort of regional development, seeing this as a regional development project, broader community benefits. You might have heard earlier evidence that we had around trying to have someone who can kind of pull this all together and look at the whole sort of issues and impacts, but also, I guess, potentially benefits for community through housing, infrastructure, transport and the like. Would you agree that having sort of a key driver to look at the whole cumulative impact, but also some of these challenges would be a good step forward?
Yes, definitely. And we're looking forward to see the cumulative impact document in the next couple of weeks, which is being prepared. And yeah, and that, I think, in terms of the regional development, having that coordinated approach, which was mentioned before, and also working closely with regional councils, Department of Planning, Energy Co, all of them to work together, not just, just one government agency to manage those. So yes, definitely, it would be great to see the cumulative impact assessments being done well, and to see the report that is going to be released in the next couple of weeks, hopefully, as well.
Could I add to that in a different context, and just to try and to give a little bit of an example and around the environment? So you might be aware that the biodiversity offsets, or the way in which they're going to deal with the fact that there will be damage to the environment, is changing from a responsibility inside Energy Co and I believe individual landholder stewardship, to moving it to the Department of DQ and having them have responsibility for this under this idea of but there's strategic offset development, some things. Anyway, I could get more information on you. But the point here, though, is we internally, in the last 3 years, have worked very hard, reach with Community Power Agency and other groups, ecologists and so on, to get in Energy Co's ear around local grounded knowledge about the biodiversity here. And that went through the normal channels, and you just got an automated response. Well, thank you very much. But then there was advocacy done to Energy Co, and we've set up a New England Biodiversity Reference Group who actually are able to sit at the table and are making some leeway with that, or good work together, because it's local work with Energy Co. But now that all of that, I guess, good networking work is still there, but the responsibility is shifting now to to DQ, which probably at an upper level is a good plan. It's better sourced there, and we look forward to it working. However, what happens to all of that work, that networking work that went on? Yes, the person at Energy Co, who's the environmental person, is going to push up, but there isn't someone upstairs that's going, oh yeah, I see that. That on the ground work is happening in that community. That's already happened for 2 years. We want to use that, keep that forward. There's not an eye on that. So
yeah, okay.
That's just.
Thank you.
I'll throw a few questions first before passing to my colleagues. So in your opening statement, you talked about, obviously, the need for these developments to be in the right place, the right land, so not damage the environment too much. So would your group support strengthening protections around where these projects can go, not just environmentally sensitive land, but also strategic agricultural land as well?
Absolutely.
And in terms of that, has your local environmental group done any local work to understand where those suitable areas might be or not be within the New England REZ area?
Yeah, I think what I was trying to describe before, some of the work that some of our members have done with that New England Biodiversity Reference Group, and then with Energy Co have done some work in that space, yes.
Is there anything,
and there's knowledge there.
Is there anything physically in terms of a document or a map that would be provided to the committee on notice?
Yes,
that would
probably
show?
not a map, but I mean, I can definitely follow that up and,
that would
and
be,
give
that would be
some
very,
clarity on the work that has been done there.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be very helpful. In terms of the local hubs, I'm just wondering whether you could expand on that a bit more. We've had Energy Co's local drop-in centres, which I wouldn't be paraphrasing in saying that they've been quite poor, and basically someone sitting in a empty shell of a building with a laptop, and the local community goes there and asks a question, and they refer them back to the website. How would your idea of a community hub or a local hub differ from that? So it's actually engaging, actually informative, actually providing clarity and answers, and having that empowerment that you speak of with the community.
Is it all right if I take this? Sure. Just sorry, I'm talking a lot.
No, you're all right.
Okay, well, I would like to just answer that question by using an example of what another action that has happened in our community, and that's the Electrify Armidale partnership with Sustainable Living Armidale Community Power Agency and the UNE Smart Region Incubator, and a grant that we got with the Foundation for Rural and Regional Futures this year, and it's called, Armidale's Community-Driven Shift to Renewables. So it's 8 workshops and around both the REZ, businesses and renewables, and then all of those earlier things I talked about around home electrification, batteries and all that kind of, and say the grid and all that kind of thing. Also some outreach to Aboriginal community and migrant communities. That's just one small little bit of money, but that's driven by another person, Trevor Brown, and he's connected to the Uniting Church, and he also has ideas further for, and he's connecting to like Saul Griffith's Electrify Armidale scenario, and he's discussing with our local council around some funding around this. So how would I see it differently? I would see a partnership, but somebody another thing said partnership is not the best word, but at any rate, something that's a real thing between Energy Co, council, and the community that utilises the community as the base, goes laterally across to the community strategic plan in the council sense, and from the Energy Co also, comes in from that space. So a co-designed space in that way that, is that?
Yeah, I might press you a bit further because I'm a pretty practical person. If I can't envisage how it looks on the ground, I struggle with it. So you talked about bringing all these different groups in, the councils, etc. Like physically, what does it look like when a community member walks in there? What are they taken through? What are they shown? What level of detail? Who's working there? Who would be staffing it? Etc. Would there be a mix of people? Would it be run by Energy Co?
Well, I think I was just trying to say, I was saying it was try to be a partnership, and that would probably involve a partnership of Energy Co council. I mean, I'm just thinking on the hop here, and there's all different ideas out there, but some people would be paid, and you would try and engender volunteer assistant as well. That might also include volunteers with some kind of things that they might get for that, like a lunch or other thing. Anyway, some support on the resource support for that sort of thing. But you would probably begin, yes, it would be front facing, and you would be beginning with understanding energy, and it would be a citizen science kind of thing, and a kids kind of thing, and a family, it would be around developers and the REZ and this place and this space is doing this because not just coming in and doing this so that the energy goes elsewhere, which is one reason, but it's also building community. So it would encompass all of that.
Sure. And your submission obviously makes a whole series of recommendations, some around the local hubs, some around regulatory reform, some about biodiversity networks, workforce training, education. Which do you think should be actually prioritised if budgets are tight? And I'm looking to my right and they'll tell you that budgets are tight. Which would, if you had to prioritise some of those recommendations, let's say in the next six months, to what do you think should be prioritised out of those recommendations that you've put forward?
Well, we might have two different.
Happy for you to take that on notice.
We might both talk about that.
Sure.
You want to go?
You go ahead.
I guess for me, as a planner, planning and strategic planning, which is something that hasn't really been seen, and aligning a lot of the developments with the plans that are already available at the local government, at the local level, at the state level, rather than just, coming up with something that has not a lot of connection to what's available there. And I'll just give you one little example in there, and I'm just going to leave it for you to read that later. But one of the things that is like the objects of the Act, the EPNA Act, Environmental Planning and Environment Act, there are quite a few objects for that. And I would see that these developments align more with the objects of that Act, and have they been aligned or they haven't? It would be good to find out. So, and that, I guess, answers that from my perspective, that there's a whole lot of, a list of objects, and have they been done by the developments or developers or not? That's question to ask, and that just alignment with those plans and strategic planning and starting to plan early, not leaving it late. You might want to look at the SAPs, spatial activation precincts, which have been done, and they have done a lot of strategic planning before declaring them and before working on them. So that would be something to, I guess, keep in mind for the REZ as well. And the coordinated approach, that's another thing, which is the energy hubs is an example of that. Working together, as I said before, because, we went to so many meetings with the department, and the department would be like, no, this is Energy Co's job. And then we go and talk to Energy Co, and they would say, no, that's the department's job. And then in the middle of all of that, local council has to deal with a lot of all of these, issues. So, so the coordinated approach, that's me.
Mm. Well, I don't know if you can take it on notice and answer it, but...
You didn't take part of it on notice,
take part of it on notice, but I guess in the first instance, I really think, and amongst many people's others' concerns, the siting is really, really important, is essentially important, and it covers off on a lot of concerns. So I think I would say that is number one, and the other ones will follow. Obviously, we have to have good community consultation, and the energy story, that will follow too, we would hope. But biodiversity, siting, first up.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy or Mr. Primrose?
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to go back to this issue about the holistic approach. And I note that in your submission, you say that Energy Co's really improved in terms of the way it deals with its more holistic approach to, you say, to the cumulative impacts of numerous developments, and you say it's stepped up in a positive fashion.
I think we just said they've improved in consultation, not necessarily in concrete, but you go.
No. So look, one of the recommendations you make there is about the strategic coordination or aggregation of benefits, sharing programs in REZs, and that regional benefit sharing. Can you elaborate and explain how you think that's going to work? Is it a similar model to the one you've just talked about in relation to consultation, or is it something else?
Partly yes, but also, when we said it's getting better, I think we were thinking about how it was like the first meeting that we went to, and it was, a town hall meeting. And again, I would say to my students, that's the bare minimum of community engagement, which we had. And, we all went to town hall, and there was a whole lot of, maps and documents, and there was no explaining what they're about or anything like that. Comparing that to, okay, maybe what they're trying to do now and having maybe, these reference groups and at least to an extent involving some part of the community in the, in the engagement. That's probably what we were talking about. I guess, comparing, not really comparing apples to apples, comparing apples to pears, you know what I mean?
It's a long way to go.
Yes,
Jeez.
it's a long way to go. And just engage very well. Again, I'm just emphasising on this. Each of those EISs, each of those community impact assessments, they have a list of the legislation and policies that they had to look at and strategic plans that they had to look at to come up with the 900-page document that they've produced. Actually go and read some of those strategic plans, not just say that you have read them, maybe, and just that. But yeah, there is a long way to go still in terms of getting better.
Yeah, and look, what about the strategic coordination or aggregation of those benefit sharing programs? How do you think that would work? What's the model?
I think I mentioned that before, learning from what didn't work in Central West Orana, working with the actual local council and the community to see what's needed, not just say, okay, there's money, come and grab the money. Work with the documents that is available, work with the experts and the community to find out what is actually needed, not just say, okay, this money is being spent and we're spending it just for the sake of spending it. I don't want to give any examples, but again, learn from what didn't work in Central West Orana. And that's something that I'm actually working on as part of this project that I'm working on. So hopefully I'll have more answers in 6 months or so.
Thanks.
Can I just add something there? And that's just around the language of regional benefit sharing. In the legislation, I don't think that's a thing. So we have community benefit sharing, we have regional development. We don't really have we have regional benefit sharing, like the Community Power Agency there's lots of different ways you can do that. There isn't a way. And that could be one council or two councils from a region, and two other councils do something else, or one council does one thing and one does another, but it benefits the region in different ways. So we still need to do that with us part.
Sure, thanks.
Mr. Primrose.
Thank you. In your research proposal, which is more than the proposal now, I understand, you mentioned the concept of social licence, and indeed that is something, as you suggest, that appears endlessly in documents and guidelines and programs. I'm wondering at this early stage, can you comment on whether you think that's actually a viable term that should continue to be used in these documents, or was it too amorphous to actually mean anything?
Well, that's a great question. Social license is a concept that has been it's being used more and more in academic research as well. There's other documents that you would see, reports, etc. It might change, but I would say yes, to an extent. We would like to see social license and having the acceptance from the community in any development, and that's part of any development, not just REZ. The thing with REZ is that it's huge and it's big and it's affecting a lot of people. But I would say any development would have an impact and any development would need to get social license. I might change that, but again, I would keep you posted if,
Just to follow up then, and this is from a legislator, if it is going to be used as a justification as opposed to something that's nice to say, would it be valuable and viable for it actually to be included as in the definition of a particular act that's appropriate here, or the planning legislation itself?
No, if it's just being used as just, as you said, something nice to use, no. Meaningful social license, yes, but just social license, no. So that's what I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose. If there's no other questions, yeah, sure.
Follow up on my questions around community benefits. Are there specific community benefits that you would like to see?
If you'd like to take
Or even, yeah, you can take it on notice, or even frameworks that you think would be most appropriate. I know you've said that obviously different councils can choose the ways that they want to deliver a scheme and maybe in tandem with one another. But if there are any specific desires that you might have?
Well, I mean, I guess from the work, inside a council space, you have your community strategic plan, and ideally your community strategic plan should identify the kinds of things where you would be looking for long-lived community benefit. So if you have a good strategic plan, then you're going to have at least a good template from where you're going to look for your good community benefit. Definitely also I would note that, you know, the state of the environment, our environmental laws, the kinds of ways in which we respond to our environment in terms of rehabilitation and caring for it and so on is a lack, and it's a lack in the way in which those kinds of plans are pushed to the kinds of things that they direct. So, you know, rehabilitation of, you know, landscapes and riparian zones and all that sort of thing would be great. But they are included in our strategic plan to some extent. So that would be where I would be starting. And then, you know, but the community may have other aspirational things that they want. And obviously we should also be, what's the word, agile. If there's more, if different things change and there's things changing because things are changing, we should be looking at what are those new opportunities and so on. Yeah.
I would take some of it on notice, but I just want to just quickly say, I guess something that is not just for now, something that is for the future, something along the lines of the intergenerational community benefit sharing model that ARC is working on, I think. And that's just my personal view, again, as a lecturer. So, yeah, just not thinking about now, thinking about future and the next generation. But I will also take the rest of it on notice and we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our time with you. You have taken a couple of questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch with you regarding those and any supplementary questions we have for you. So thank you once again for your time, and we'll now bring forward our next witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, welcoming our new witnesses, starting with my first witness on my left. Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
My name's Tim White. I'm the President of Valley Alliance. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's Damien Timms, member of Voice for Walker. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
My name's Cameron Gregg. Member of Voice for Walker. I solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Starting with you, Mr Watt, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thanks, Mark, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. As mentioned, I'm the President of Valley Alliance. We are a grassroots association in the New England area based around Tamworth. We've got over 300 members ranging from Walker in the north to Wallabadara in the south. We represent farmers, families and rural communities whose lives, livelihoods and landscapes are being fundamentally threatened by the current approach to renewable energy transmission development. To be clear, we are not opposed to energy transition, but we are opposed to the way it's being rolled out. It's being rolled out without social licence, without meaningful consultation, without any thought to the burden on future generations, and without any genuine regard for current communities expected to carry the cost. The proposed above-ground transmission infrastructure in our region brings serious and unacceptable impacts, including increased bushfire risk, environmental degradation, declining land values, mental health strain, deep visual scarring across some of our most productive and scenic farming country. These are not theoretical problems. They are already being felt and are completely evidenced. Energy Co has failed in its duty to consult transparently or competently. Valley Alliance and others right across New South Wales have made repeated complaints to Energy Co, Minister Sharp, Minister Scully and the Ombudsman. We've raised serious concerns and in return received vague responses, technical deflections and in some cases false claims. A clear example of this is a case that we raised regarding Chaffey Dam. Energy Co initially claimed at a community meeting in September 2024 with over 200 residents at Wooloman that the transmission lines would not affect the aerial firefighting around Chaffey Dam and the Chaffey Dam was not a water bombing site. The attendees at the meeting exploded in disgust at the lack of expert knowledge that was being espoused at this meeting. That knowledge would potentially result in life-threatening implications for our community. Between Christmas and New Year in 2024, the Tamworth region had 8 fires, bushfires, that were substantial. 2 of those fires were in the actual planned transmission corridor route. At that stage, Valley Alliance raised the issue with the media. It was revealed that at this stage that Energy Co was incorrect. Chaffey is in fact a critical refilling point for the RFS. Under media pressure, Energy Co admitted that they had not consulted with the RFS or the aerial firefighting companies that are involved with firefighting in our region. Energy Co has since committed to rerouting their line, but yet again, they have gone and done this without any community consultation with any of the impacted landholders. And incidentally, the meeting we had in September last year, in 2024, was the last community meeting we've had with Energy Co. There has not been any since. They have refused to have community meetings. Valley Alliance has proposed a better, less damaging route as a result of this. That has been rejected by Energy Co on questionable grounds. More importantly, we've partnered with Syncline Energy to explore undergrounding HVDC options. Syncline's proposal is estimated to be $1.3 billion cheaper than the overhead plan that's currently being touted by Energy Co. And more importantly, again, it has 100% support of all the impacted landholders in our area. Yet, Energy Co continue to ignore any of these suggestions, and they are relying on outdated government reports claiming undergrounding is more expensive. They seem to lack expertise and a willingness to evaluate modern HVDC technology, despite a private company not only contradicting their assumptions, but offering to tender for the job. The underground solution meets the test of the 4 Ps of environmental project management. Purpose, it delivers on the renewable energy transition, it's expandable and has the added advantage of being dual purpose. You can run other cabling such as data at the same time as you're putting the cables down in the trench. as a result providing better communication networks to rural Australia, which is badly needed. People, it is supported by local communities and landholders. Price, it's cheaper and easier to maintain over time. And planet, the fourth P, it reduces the environmental and landscape impacts throughout the life of the project. It allows farming to continue as is, and obviously it doesn't have the impact that overhead would have on the losses of our environmental habitants like koalas and the rest of our endangered species that we're carrying in this area. And yet, incredibly, the recent transmission planning review interim report, which has just been released, looks to reward Energy Co with increased authority and a broader mandate, while reducing budgetary oversight. This is despite their track record of cost blowouts, poor planning, and a massive social outcry from rural Australia. How can any government justify granting greater powers to an agency that has failed so profoundly? If Energy Co were a private business, it would be financially bankrupt and publicly derided for its continued moral and ethical failures. Surely it is time to tighten the oversight, not loosen it, and ensure that politicians, their departments and public officials are held accountable for the decisions that are being made on behalf of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Timms or Mr. Craig?
If we could speak concurrently, that'd be fantastic, but could I please table our supplementary submission?
Sure, we'll get someone off.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming here to the New England. I'm here as a representative of our community group, Voice for Walker. This group has 350 endorsing members and some 500 subscribed members from our small community of 3,000 people. Excuse me, Chair, if I could also table a small video that I think I emailed to you earlier this morning, just to give you a bit of a landscape overview. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think we can, in terms of a video link, yes, we can have that. Yeah.
Thank you. The impacts of the REZ on our community. The impacts to date have been huge. Our community has informed itself and whilst accepting of the renewable transition, have strongly advocated for projects to be of the right size, in the right place and developed by the right developers. In regard to large-scale wind projects, we have demonstrated in several different ways now that around 75% of our community do not support these developments. Biodiversity impacts. With the current project, Winterbourne Wind as an example, we can assume that large-scale wind projects on the Walker Plateau will cause devastating and irreversible impacts to the natural environment. As a result of an unqualified, uncapitalised and overzealous developer, the community of Walker has been burdened by the impacts of some 660 proposed wind turbines. This proposal was conceptually developed by Walker Energy. The developer came from Sydney with no experience and certainly not enough money to build and operate the multi-billion-dollar dream. When the REZ was declared, the first project of 40 to 50 turbines, with the support of 8 local farmers, grew to over 500 turbines and a pumped hydro system. Walker Energy have since left the district, taking $1 million in an emerging market grant, and then dollars from the sale of their projects Winterbourne Wind at EIS phase and Sky Ridge pre-scoping stage, but their legacy certainly remains. EnergyGo have proposed and will include the South Central Hub in their upcoming EIS. This hub has the capacity to connect 4,000 megawatts of projects, the amount that was proposed in the 2018 developer expression of interest. The bulk of these projects no longer exist. The remaining project, Sky Ridge, has a low probability of being built and a low probability priority by its current owner, Origin. So we have a situation where our community of 3,000 people continue to be strangled by developers, Energy Co being the worst. As an example, 3 of the 4 proposed transmission hubs are within 36 kilometres of the Walker CBD. We could overlay that with the South Hub that was on their original plan, that's subsequently been delayed, but we could end up with an example of 4 of the 5 proposed transmission hubs being within 36 kilometres of the Walker CBD, small town of 3,000 people. The impacts of this disproportionate amount of developer interest on the Walker Plateau have been generational. We have friends no longer speaking to each other, social structures falling apart, and what was once a tight-knit community in distress. All this while, projects may never get up due to unique build constraints, costs, and social impacts. How can this be deemed in the public interest? The proposed South Central Hub could be like a honeypot of change to our district. We could see more short-term construction workers saturate our labour force. There could be some 2,000 workers that come to our town if the South Central Hub is built. What would this do to our families that currently work on our farms or on our council or have long-term secure employment in our trucking industry? What would it do to our rents? How could the teacher or nurse currently paying $300 a week rent be able to stay in Walker when this complete social imbalance happens? Demand and supply models would suggest that rents could soar above $1,200 a week. What happens then when the REZ is built? Will Walker ever be the same again? In the public interest is an independent cumulative impact study request. We need to understand where projects will be built, strategic land use planning. We need to understand what the impacts of 4,000 megawatts of projects will have on a small town of 3,000 people. We need to understand what a fiscally responsible rollout from Energy Co in the state's transmission rollout is. In conclusion, we have a situation where the negative impacts of the REZ are of little benefit to the local community and create a state budgetary impacts for New South Wales taxpayers. Walker has been strangled by Energy Co. Energy Co continue to waste the public purse without a commensurate return for the people of New South Wales. In my opinion, the REZ is broken and we need brave politicians to pull the concept up and revisit the planning table.
Thank you.
Thank you for conducting this inquiry and the opportunity to present at it. I'm going to focus on Walker. It's a lived experience that we've had. So we've all heard about the impacts of renewable energy rollout on communities and industry in the Central West Orana REZ. These impacts have been overwhelming the towns and cities throughout the Central West Orana REZ. And we expect to see similar impacts in the New England REZ because Energy Co do not seem to be addressing any of these issues. Our concern is that Energy Co are proposing the Central South Hub at Walker with a capacity to connect to 4,000 megawatts of project. For perspective, this is almost the same scale of development seen across the entire Central West Orana REZ, but concentrated into the area of Walker LGA. It's just totally out of balance. The Central West Orana region has a population of over 50 times the Walker LGA population. Central West Orana REZ includes the cities of Dubbo, the towns of Coolah, Dunedoo, Gulgong, Mudgee, Gilgandra, Wellington, Narromine, and many more. Central West Orana have already encountered serious concerns with healthcare coverage of workers and their own community. Walker has a single multi-purpose facility with very limited hospital services. The Central West Orana have already cited concerns with crime and adequate policing levels. Walker doesn't have a full-time policing presence. Central West Orana have cited major concerns with worker accommodation, trying to house 5,000 workers across their region in their cities and towns. Walker has an adult population of 2,000 to host the same workforce. There are many other widely reported concerns of waste, water, traffic, roads, biodiversity, to mention a few. There is a complete imbalance, with the Energy Co expecting Walker LGA to absorb the same scale of impacts as the entire Central West Orana REZ. Energy Co have claimed that they will build infrastructure where there is developer interest, and on balance, this concept makes sense, where there is genuine developer interest and where there is a practical ability to pursue the design. The case of the Central South Hub at Walker is different. There was only ever tokenistic generator interest, which has now totally disappeared. This is detailed in the document that you've got. So Walker Energy had a dream in 2019 of building the Walker Energy project, a 4 gigawatt collection of wind projects on the Walker Plateau. This was never justified, never researched, never prospected properly. It was a greedy dream, yet Energy Co saw this as generator interest. It was never real. It has evaporated. It is not happening. It is not ever going to happen, but they've refused to revisit the design. The Walker Plateau was never suited to 4 gigawatts of wind. Energy Co must recognise that this resulted from a complete lack of proper planning and consultation with the community and revisit the planning table. We feel it is a broken, wasteful and burdensome design that needs urgent reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just start off with a few questions. So, Mr. White, you've spoken about the environmental concerns, and so have you, Mr. Timms, in your submission. I know, Mr. White, you sent a letter to the Environment Minister Penny Sharp regarding the transmission route and its impact on koalas. Did you ever receive a response from the Minister regarding that concern? And can you detail what that response may have been?
We didn't actually get a response. The response we got was that they were passing it on to Energy Co to respond.
Right. And Energy Co.
And Energy Co basically said it would be covered in the EIS.
Okay.
I mean, to put that into a little bit of context, we did a lot of work with an ecological firm up here in Armidale on koalas in our vicinity, and we had 2 ecologists come down to do a report, and they believe that it is, that they've found a very significant community of koalas in our area. It could be the largest inland community of koalas in New South Wales, healthy community in New South Wales. So it's a significant community, and it's a significant concern that we might lose them, because they're talking about bulldozing right through the, a 250 metre cleared channel through the middle of it.
Yeah. And Mr. Timms, you've spoken about how some of these projects butt up against World Heritage areas, and you think the mapping wasn't done or wasn't done properly. Do you think it's a case, or it's probably a question to both of you, do you think it's a case that not the mapping wasn't done properly, but it was done, and it's more a case of willful blindness just to drive this renewable energy zones home?
If I may, so I can only offer up our lived experience during the Winterbourne Wind EIS process. We're now about 10,000 pages in, 4 years later. As an example, in the amendment report that we received about 6 months ago, all 118 turbines were described by the environmental consultant ERM and signed off by ERM as high risk, very high risk in actual fact. We had a response to that amendment report released only about 2 weeks ago. Somehow, without those turbines being moved or removed, those very high risk classifications are now low risk for bird and bat strike. So it's a self-reported assessment that's been undertaken, and to quote the planning department and now head of large-scale renewable wind projects, we have been implored to take a point where we have faith in the planning system, but when you see things like that without any justification, without any change, go from very high risk to low risk without any explanation, how could a community have any sort of faith in the planning system that's currently in operation?
I'd add to that just by saying, we're at the pre-EIS stage, and I don't think that there was any consultation done at all with regard to mapping any of the environment or the ecology in our area. I think it was done basically on a desktop in Sydney off old state maps that are currently on the SEED website. And a lot of the ecology in our area is not, has not been reported. It's there, and it's been there for generations, but it's not been documented.
Could I also add too, during the Winterbourne Wind EIS, it was claimed that there's a $64 million offset penalty for the biodiversity impacts that will be incurred by the construction of those 118 turbines. How can that be in the public interest?
Or the environmental interest, if it's going to cost that much. Mr. White, in your submission, you've spoken about Energy Co's engagement with community, and you've spoken about aggressive bullying tactics. I'm just wondering whether you can provide a bit more clarity as to what that looks like on the ground. What's the lived experience of what Energy Co's aggressive bullying tactics
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one instance, I'll do this through examples. One instance would be we've got a 94-year-old widower living alone, and Energy Co arrived on her doorstep, knocked on the door unannounced, and said, look, we're putting power lines over your place. She said, look, I don't know who you are, could you please leave? That person refused to leave and actually refused to let us shut the door. She's 94. She got quite irate. He finally left, but she called the police, and we actually filed a police report as a result of that. I mean, to come on unannounced to a 94-year-old is, it's ridiculous. It's terrible. Other examples of that would be of the bullying, which was one of the calls I was on. We've made it very clear that none of our members will have an individual meeting with Energy Co. They want one of our committee members involved. One of those meetings was with an engineer who basically came in and said, look, you've got the line. It's coming over your property. It's not a matter of where it goes. We might move it 250 metres one way. We might move it 250 metres the other way. If you disagree with us, we'll go to compulsory acquisition and you won't have any say in where it goes. It's that simple. I mean, this community consultation is not actually consultation. It is, we're being told where it's going and what's happening, and any feedback we give is being completely forgotten. It's not even forgotten. It's just not. Well, the words "taken on notice" is pretty much the most used phrase that we ever hear.
Us too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
In your opening statement about not having large community meetings anymore, and when we had Energy Co appear on the very first day that we had a hearing in Sydney, they did talk about being open to, re-engaging with community in that more public way. I guess what's been your experience with that? And I'm happy for any or all of you to answer.
I'll start on that and then I'll let you get on to account, because I mean, we've had quite a, we were first told in March last year, we had a community meeting in Tamworth where there would have been 80 people, I think, at it, and it was a very, very emotional meeting. Energy Co were unprepared at that meeting and didn't handle it very well at all. We then got together, we formed Valley Alliance, and we had another meeting which was then in September and in Wooloman, which Barnaby was at, and it was, to put it bluntly, a disaster. I mean, there was a lot of very angry and unhappy people there. Energy Co didn't handle it very well. They were, again, unprepared. That was where they came up with the bushfire expert thing and told us that we didn't have a bushfire problem. From that moment on, they've refused to have a group community meeting with us because it doesn't suit their narrative to see what the community wants. They want to do what they want to do. They don't want to hear what the community wants. And when you've got an angry community, they think that it's not to their benefit. So they don't have it. So now they have pop-up meetings. We had 2 pop-ups in our community, well, not in our community. The pop-up meetings are 30 kilometres away or 150 kilometres away. We had one pop-up meeting for our transmission lines at Gunnedah.
Yeah, right.
It's 150 k's away.
Yeah.
I mean, what good is that?
I'll just continue. That's their preferred method of engagement. I think they're avoiding the truth. They're avoiding hearing from the community because it's uncomfortable. That's, I think, the reason. But their validation for it is that they feel these pop-up meetings are a more useful way of distributing information, and we just contest that really strongly. It requires, those pop-up meetings, it requires someone to have a fairly strong understanding of the project to come in and ask specific questions. They ask a question and one person hears the response. And in the town hall style meetings, you have people in the community who can ask questions and you've got the entire room that hears that response. It's a far more efficient way of disseminating information to the community, but it's just a refusal to attend those sort of meetings, and I think that the lack of doing that increases that anxiety and the anger in the community. So we've requested.
Hasn't changed in recent months.
We've requested recently. We've requested for the last 2 years to have meetings where they'll talk to a community group.
Yep.
Our Walker Council has passed a motion to request, and as you said, it was referred to in the Dubbo inquiry. Ash Albury states openly that where it's requested, they'll facilitate that. Well, it's simply not the case. So our council has been refused that opportunity, and it's just not happening. So that's just a bald-faced lie.
It breeds huge a large lack of trust within the community. One of the pop-ups that they did, we then met with them later on and asked them about that pop-up. We actually had someone sitting in Tamworth. They did it at 11 o'clock, between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock on a weekday.
Yeah.
I mean, in a shopping mall in Tamworth. Now, when queried about it later on, we said, okay, how many went? Oh, between 50 and 60 people. Now, we had a person there watching them the whole time. There was 5 people went. One of them was their friends. They did selfies. I mean, it was a ridiculous waste of time to fly people up from Sydney to do this and not get any community feedback whatsoever. I mean, it's farcical and it's tick the box.
Yeah.
If I could add to that, and you talk about social resilience, and I believe that that's really, really important, particularly in small communities and small rural communities. In our request to have a community hall style meeting, which was brought about with a degree of excitement after Ash Aubrey at the Dubbo inquiry said that Energy Co would facilitate such meetings, it was refused, and then an offer was made to the Voice for Walker to bring up to 12 of its members. We're a 350 member endorsed community group with 500 subscribers out of our small town. And they said, we'll give you the information for you then to disseminate with the rest of your membership base. At a local level, and you talk about the divisions, and our mayor alluded to it, that Walker is probably one of the most divided communities. It was one of the most united communities when I first moved there. One of the things there is that if we take that information out to community, and not all people believe in the same things, and that's their entitlement, but as a committee of Voice for Walker, we've been accused of lying, of spreaders of mistruths, of community division, etc. That actually facilitates such a statement to be made, because it's us taking their information, it's our interpretation of their information, it's their story, they should be out telling it to community.
Rather than trying to make you the messengers.
100%.
So they're facilitating division in the community. They're setting up a situation where we start distributing information and all of a sudden there's a divide, because there are those who believe and those who violently disagree.
Yep.
And they are facilitating and creating this culture of division. And it's from the top down, it's not good.
I might just touch on the fire issue, Mr. White. You've put in your submission that the RFS won't fight fires near the Hunter transmission lines, or high voltage, transmission lines. Have you had any conversations with local brigades or any confirmation from RFS?
Yeah, no, I've got our 3 local brigades. I've got letters saying which we've submitted to the Minister that and Energy Co that they will not fight fires within the corridor of the power line corridor.
Are you able to table those?
Yeah, I can send them on for sure, no problem.
And have any of these developers or speculators that have come forward wanting to build these projects, have any of them offered to contribute to the emergency service levy, given the increased risk of fire that their developments propose for the area? Have any of them offered to contribute to the emergency service levy like we all do as ratepayers?
I'm certainly not aware of it. There hasn't been a conversation about it. We're certainly not aware of any offer like that, no.
Definitely not in our situation either. There's never been a conversation about it. I mean, really, that's only been, from Energy Co's perspective, was denial that there was any impact, and they've finally come around to actually saying that there is an impact after they were caught out in the media. I mean, that's the only way we got any response from them, and any change was due to media pressure.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Hey, I just have one. Thank you so much for this document, because it's really good to see sort of the history of what's happened around Walker and I guess where you are now. But I just wonder if you could expand a bit more, and I'm happy for either or both of you to comment on this, but just in terms of, I guess, how you feel what's happened in Walker has sort of impacted the overall design of the REZ, and then also whether you think the anticipated size, and you were talking about some of the impacts on Walker if some of this goes ahead, whether ultimately it's going to be good for the New England communities from your perspective and what your members are saying.
I'd love to, and if I could reference that I was on the CCC committee for Winterbourne Wind. I'm also on the CRG committee up here with Energy Co. What our lived experience is, Sarah, is that Walker Energy and that dream of 4,000 megawatts, the developer expression of interest in 2018 has led Energy Co's plan. Like, there is no doubt about that. And Barnaby talks about carpetbaggers. We had the very best, the very best. They came into town with a dream, developed it, put no money on the table whatsoever. In actual fact, the federal government gave them $1 million to facilitate that dream. Those projects have since been on-sold, and if we look at the timeline, and I think it is tabled in that document, of Winterbourne Wind as an example, only 6 months, or within the last 6 months, CIP, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, have withdrawn their financial backing of Winterbourne Wind. So essentially Vestas, which is a turbine sales company, their financial performance worldwide has been pretty mediocre, to say the least, over the last 5 years, are left with this project that they are continuing to progress, clogging the planning system. It's not costing them a whole lot of money, in the dream that they could maybe turn $10 million into $100 million. That $100 million ownership is then, you know, if it is constructed, turns it into a $3 billion project. CIP haven't left the renewable space. They've left the Winterbourne Wind project because the financial viability of the project is highly questionable. That financial viability is around access, biodiversity, social impacts. So if they're not going to build it, why is that project still in the system and still strangling our community? It's been in the planning system now for 4.5 years. It's been on paper with the original owners for 20 years. It's not in any interest for New South Wales at all.
So extending from that, these projects were slated to be a major series of projects across the Walker Plateau 5 years ago, and that formed the design for Energy Co's transmission. None of them exist anymore. They've disappeared. They've evaporated. So the justification for the 3 hubs around the Walker Township disappears. There is no design justification for their existence. But the problem we've got is that Energy Co refused to revisit the design of that transmission layout, and so you've got developers who have tested the idea. CIP are 30% owned by Vestas, and if they don't want to participate in that project, who on earth will? So if they're walking away and there doesn't exist any viable opportunity for these projects to progress, why is this New England REZ so stacked at the southern portion of it with 4 hubs where developers have tested the ideas and walked away? It seems illogical to waste taxpayers' money on those white elephants that are going to be built and not used, not utilised.
I'll let other, I won't take any more time.
Mr. Primrose?
And that's looking at the issue of Thunderbolt's Way and the issue of roads generally. I noticed you mentioned in particular has been raised with us in the past. What are the, can you outline the particular issues and what has been put to you by Energy Co and others to the council when this has been when these concerns have been raised with?
Yeah, sure. It's a major concern on a number of fronts. Design, for a start, the Thunderbolt's Way is not designed for heavy numbers or for heavy vehicles. It's not a road that has a pavement design suitable for project access. It's not owned by the state, it's owned by and maintained by the local government. So there has been no support, and the Walker local government has approached Energy Co and the state for support to transform that to a state road so that they can get support for that maintenance of the road, and that's been completely ignored. So Walker Council will be burdened with a road that is not suitable or not designed for heavy traffic, will fall apart, and clearly a small council doesn't have the resources for maintenance and repair of that road. So that's the maintenance issue. Our commerce issue in Walker means that, or is dictated by the fact that that road is crucial for north-south flowing traffic for businesses and tourism in Walker. If that road is clogged up or is jammed up with roadworks, that totally there's a massive and major impact for commerce in the town of Walker, as well as agricultural industries getting trucks north to Queensland processors and feedlots, buses to Armidale and so on. I mean, Walker is located on a crossroad of two roads, Oxley Highway, which is clearly unsuitable. It's a mountainous winding road, and Thunderbolt's Way to Armidale, which is a crucial access road. If that's clogged up, that impacts all aspects of the Walker community and business. Do you want to add to that?
I don't have anything to add to it.
Thank you.
Mr Murphy.
We've heard a bit about cumulative impact studies, and it sounds like there's going to be one about housing coming up soon.
It was, this is just my perspective, and Cam might have a differing one, but I think that and this is the way that Energy Co are operating. Essentially, if you look back in the 80s, they'd almost be in jail like for white-collar crime. Like they walk into a local council with a bag of money saying that we will pay this retrospectively if you use it for studies to progress our project. Now, when I look at that, one of the things that they've said is that they're doing a cumulative impact study, and what Barnaby said, like, we can do all the studies in the world, but unless they make demonstrable change or have impact, what use are they? So each of the councils have been given $250,000 a year for 3 years, and one of those things is to look at housing. Why couldn't we simply say to a developer, like these are multi-billion-dollar developments, why can't we say, if you've got a housing issue, you sort it out? That's not for the state to sort out. It's not for government. It's not local government to sort out. It's for the developer to sort out. They build it, they own it, they operate it, and then they create the legacy or have to decommission it when it's all over. I live in a small town because I want to live in a small town. I come to Armidale to visit a regional centre. I go down to Tamworth if I want to see a bigger one, but I choose to live in Walker. I don't want Walker to go from 3,000 people to 6,000 people overnight and then back to 1,000 people when it turns into a ghost town. And there are many examples, and I think we've demonstrated, or we've tabled one of those in Miles in Queensland, what happened up there.
So we have heard from some community members that they think a cumulative impact study would be helpful. I think you mentioned that, Mr White, in your earlier opening statement.
I don't think I did.
Okay, it's my apologies.
It might have been me.
Sorry, Mr Timms.
So if you look at it, we've heard from Tamworth today that they've got slated 3.5 gigs. They're outside of the REZ. The New England REZ is at 8 gigs, which is twice as big as any other REZ in New South Wales, half the population.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be Einstein to say that the New England is lifting way too much of the state's energy burden.
So what would you like to see in a study if it were going to be useful?
Well, it has to be, the New England, it sits on top of the Great Dividing Range. You've got access issues. You're going from sea level to get all of the kit up to 1,100 metres of altitude. Our ridgelines are biodiversity rich. We're going to have impact. So what would I like to see? The advocacy of right place, right size, and then right developer. So we had the... Tony Mars, now the chair, but previous to him, Andrew Dyer, like he put his 9-point recommendation and we as communities all participated in that. What's happened to that report? Like Bowen came out and said that in principle it all looks great, but none of it's actually been adopted or enforced. So that's what I would like to see, those 9-point recommendations picked up and actually implemented to work with the change.
And just on, what time is it? Just on social licence, I know this is in your submission, Mr White, about there has been zero social licence shown in this process. What does social licence look like to you? What would look good?
What does it look like to me? Right now it looks like it's a non-existent, social licence is a political term and it's not based in any law at all. And for us, it's very hard to fight against a political term. If there was some sort of legal framework around it, then that would give us something to fight against. Right now, I don't see it being useful in any way. It's a nebulous term. and it means nothing, and as such, Energy Co can trot it out, and politicians can trot it out as much as they like. Penny Sharp's a specialist at it. So, you know, we met with Penny, we talked social licence all day long. She promised a lot of things and nothing changed. So what I would like to see is something that we can actually fight and not take it to an IPC, but take it to court and actually get a result from, and not an ombudsman. I mean, basically, industry-funded ombudsmen are, you know, it's stacked against us.
Social licence was a phrase that was used early on in the piece because there was an assurance that projects wouldn't burden a community if the community didn't want them. And it totally lacked definition. So there, as Tim said, there was no way to say whether it existed or not. We asked a question in this very room to the planning department, and we were given a 15-minute answer which left the room totally confused about what on earth the minister had spoken about for the last 15 minutes. So they've walked away from any assurances. They still use the phrase because it gets nice sound bites on a news grab, but there has been no ability to connect fact with this fictitious term. It shouldn't be used if they can't define it.
Can I just ask a follow-up? You mentioned before, Mr. Timms, you're on the community reference group, I think, for Energy Co. I'm interested in yours and the others' views just about whether or not you think that process is beneficial. Does it work? Is it fit for purpose? Should it change? I guess as much as you can speak to it.
Easy.
Yeah.
I will. If my wife was sitting next to me, I'd have a big high heel right in my foot right now.
Well, I don't want to cause any trouble at home.
No.
Curious to your view, I suppose.
No, I think that they're like social licence, to be honest. Like they're tokenistic, tick the boxes. I get eternally frustrated, and as a farmer and living in a rural community, we live off grid. So I think that we're pretty frugal. I look at Energy Co as completely wasteful, and part of that CRG process is contributing to that state budget spend. They turn up, there's 6 or 7 or more Energy Co consultants at the CRG meetings. They put up a PowerPoint presentation. Conversation from the so-called independent chair is stifled. I think that they should all be about conversation. What does the community have? What input does it have? To date, under our Northern CRG, in my opinion, I think that there's been a lot of talking and very, very little listening. To the point, like, we've taken facts and we've demonstrated to them that the Walker Energy Hub that was proposed back in 2018 is no longer in existence. They just flatly refuse to listen to that. So what they're doing is they're proposing at least one redundant hub, maybe 2 if you added the South Central one, but the reality is that you've got 3 hubs that are all going to cost around $1.5 billion to build each, all within 36 kilometres of a southern portion of the New England REZ. The New England REZ is 400 kilometres from tip to toe. And what does a REZ mean? It's just a line that's drawn on a map, and that map was developed out of Macquarie Street. It wasn't done because of good site selection or good planning process.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, we're members of the CRG South, so they've split the REZ in 2, or the project, sorry, in 2, and I think that's probably because there's some outspoken people in the north and there's some outspoken groups in the south, and they don't want us in the same room. But
I agree with that.
What the CRG is, and I mean, it's a really nice term to say, okay, we're actually involved with the community and we're listening to them and we're dealing with them. That's not the case at all. And the CRG is basically a mechanism for Energy Co to tell us what they are doing. But there's no way for the rest of us to give feedback back to Energy Co and to complain about it or to make recommendations or suggestions. It is a one-way traffic channel. You know, that's all it's good for, and that's all it's used. We've tried to change that, and we've actually written letters we wrote a complaint letter, both North and South. Members of North and South wrote a complaint letter about the chair. We feel that she's impartial, that she's employed by Energy Co, and she's she's not impartial, sorry, and she is conflicted. I mean, she is a consultant to Energy Co. She won't deny the fact that she will not work for Energy Co in the future or has in the past. It just feels like the deck is stacked against you when you come into a room and you're not interested in hearing what you've got to say. The minutes are, well, they won't take minutes, they'll take notes, and those notes are generally very vague, incorrect, and there's no follow-up items on them or anything. You know, it's just it's a tokenistic group, and I know that CWO has had the same problems, and, you know, anyone that's been on these boards generally resigns after, 4 or 5 meetings, if they want to get anything out of it, if they're trying to get some feedback into the meeting. I mean, there's other people on the CRGs that are trying to get other things out of Energy Co, like employment opportunities or whatever they're trying to get, they stay on it, and that might have some value for them. But as a landholder, someone that's trying to make a change and get their changes, get their community interests heard, it doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you.
I could actually just add to that. As a member of the Winterbourne CCC, early on in the piece, the traffic numbers were given to our group, and they were impactful for our community. I took those traffic numbers out to community and was threatened with expulsion from the CCC, from the independent chair, in a private meeting with the then general manager of our council, because I was taking that information and disseminating it without her permission. So I cannot see that the Energy Co CRG meetings have moved into a space that is any different to any other CCC that has worked, and they've all failed. Like, I cannot name one CCC that has worked throughout New South Wales.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that takes us just slightly over time, but thank you very much for your evidence today and your candour. Don't believe you took any questions on notice, but there may be some, and there may be some supplementary questions as well that will come to you. But thank you once again for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Do you want those 3 letters from the RFS?
Please. We will now break for lunch and return back at 1:30.
Thanks.
That is. Just wait for one more committee member. We need quorum. Any volunteers? All right. Okay, I now welcome our next witnesses. So starting from the first witness on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, I am Selena Sylvester. I am an executive member of the Hills of Gold Preservation Incorporated. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Karen Zerkler. I'm a regenerative agricultural landholder based at Kentucky. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Peter Dawson, and I own a rural property in the Salisbury Plains area, south of Uralla, and most of you guys were there on a site visit yesterday, so I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And starting back with you, Ms Sylvester, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. As well as being a part of the executive of the Hills of Gold Preservation Society Incorporated, I'm also a grazier. Our family farm and business borders the Hills of Gold project for more than 20 kilometres. We're direct neighbours. We have lived experience in this area. I'm also a member of the ARLP, which is the Australian Rural Leaders Cohort 31, and are really passionate about protection of rural communities. Thank you for the opportunity to the Chair and the committee to speak today. Hills of Gold Preservation Incorporated represents landholders surrounded by three sides by renewable energy zones, the New England Zone, the Central West and the Hunter. Yet the NG-owned Hills of Gold Wind Farm project we have been fighting for over 6 years sits outside any designated REZ. This raises a fundamental question. What is the purpose of a renewable energy zone if large-scale projects are routinely approved outside them without appropriate safeguards? Hills of Gold has been approved and at the moment sits in the Land and Environment Court. Throughout this process, our community has experienced what only can be described as the Wild West of planning. We have faced highly resourced developers supported by consultants and lawyers and a government intent on fast-tracking renewables, while our rural community was left to navigate thousands of pages of technical documents with no meaningful support. Despite repeated engagement, including meetings with the former Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, the Prime Minister and senior advisors, commitments to improve transparency, consultation and accountability have not been delivered. In particular, Andrew Dyer's report and recommendations remain unimplemented. We strongly urge that his recommendations, being the licence to prospect, developer schemes and a compulsory decommissioning fund, become mandatory requirements. The Hills of Gold project required 4 public exhibition periods and over 6 years of assessment, yet approval was ultimately granted based on flawed and misleading information. There are limited neighbourhood agreements in place or proposed, no recognition of risks to water security, biosecurity, biodiversity. There is inadequate assessment of Indigenous impact and no genuine social licence, which we define as authentic support from affected communities. The cumulative impact has been profound. Our community has borne the psychosocial burden of a flawed process that prioritises project development over fair consideration of environmental and social consequences. The divisive nature of these developments is eroding trust, not only in the planning system, but also between rural and urban Australians. Consultation without action is not genuine consultation. Communities are increasingly aware that no matter the evidence, poorly cited projects are waved through. This undermines faith in government and ultimately damages public support for renewable energy. We ask the committee to ensure that the lessons of our experience are acted upon. Stronger, enforceable standards and genuine community protection are essential if renewable energy development is to proceed in a way that is socially, environmentally and economically responsible. We are looking for brave politicians to make a difference. Thank you. I would also like to table a supporting document.
Thank you. We'll have someone come and grab that. Ms. Zirkler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. May I request just a slightly longer, because I didn't make a submission. This is my submission and I'm prepared to table this as well. I also have some other supporting documents that I'll table towards the end. My name's Karen Zirkler. We operate a regenerative grazing enterprise adjoining the Thunderbolt wind farm. And this is a project that has been developed so far by NEON. We also adjoin the Voice for Walker group area, and we're in the Walker postcode, or some of us are. We're in a very grey area between Uralla, Armidale and Tamworth Regional Council areas. We're on the edge of all of those. I personally have a passionate interest in nature-positive agriculture, and I've worked for a community not-for-profit for the last 28 years supporting land care communities across 3 local government areas in this REZ. I came to the REZ process with a professional perspective of community development, agricultural extension, a land care philosophy and a solid knowledge of how to work with the community to get good things done. The Thunderbolt, this is our unique perspective, is that the Thunderbolt wind farm is the first project approved in the REZ. And we have participated fully in this whole process from the early days of developers trying to sign up landholders in secret through to the EIS process and the IPC process and the final approval. So I'm here to share a very personal lived experience of that whole process. What we've discovered is that the REZ is and always has been a corrupted process, as in a broken process. First, we were impacted by a serious lack of regional scale land use planning, so that when developers came scouting in 2017, we formed a community group to negotiate with the developer. That group quickly became a hosts only group. And while this was very useful, after hours of volunteer time over several years, there was still no neighbour negotiation process. So the host group weakened and it ended up splitting in half. This put huge stresses on neighbour relations. Next, we had no opportunity for input into the SEARs. This project involved 3 local government areas, and engaging them all was very complex and time-consuming for us as community members. We experienced no good quality community engagement by the developer. So by February 2020, we'd formed an action group to raise awareness, Friends of Kentucky Action Group, or FOCAG, with some 42 member families. This group is also a subgroup or a member group of RED for New England, who you'll be hearing from later on. More volunteer time doing what the state government and the developer should have been doing, meeting regularly, using local knowledge and resources from groups that were further along in the process, creating social media presence, forming a communications team, making petitions, writing to state and federal MPs, preparing posters, brochures, memes, raising awareness everywhere. Next, the EIS preparation stage, where the community was placed under massive strain because of an inadequate community engagement plan, consultation during COVID lockdowns, a community consultative committee that refused to meet with the community, stating that's not our role. Drop-in sessions outside the key impact area, a Zoom session where participants were muted and unable to ask questions or speak. Denial of requests for public meetings. You've heard this before today, I've heard it myself. Non-existent neighbour negotiations, and all of this occurred during the worst drought on record and followed by the Black Summer bushfires. It truly was a very horrendously stressful process and time. Once the EIS went on public exhibition, our group encouraged our community to prepare submissions by the due date. The work we did during this process, this period, put another amount of significant strain on mental health and community members and their families. As you've heard, EIS documents are thousands and thousands of pages long. We had 28 days to digest it all, get advice, prepare submissions, and because no one else was prepared to do it, our group members volunteered to help those other community members to submit, those people who were less able because they were older, they didn't have internet access or not even a computer. We contracted an independent noise expert at our own expense who recommended the project be rejected on noise alone. We uncovered shoddy work, inconsistent standards, non-compliance and horrifying suggestions in the EIS about shaking wildlife out of their trees with heavy machinery. It was written in black and white. We fought hard to get more than 50 objections so that we could trigger the IPC and buy us more time, and this whole process was just another mental health nightmare. From January 2020 to May 2022, volunteers in our group spent an estimated $252,000 of our own time and money on this broken process, and this does not include the lost opportunity costs on farm. Then we waited and we waited. Fast forward to March 2024 and the IPC visit. Suddenly, with just days of notice, we were expected to prepare submissions and present to the IPC, making a range of recommendations, we did, in front of some 200 community members in a packed hall at Kentucky. We were shocked when a departmental staffer spoke in strong favour of the developer during the introduction to this session. Surely the department, as the regulator, should be an independent party showing no favour. That wasn't the case, apparently. In April 2024, the IPC reopened submissions after requesting further information from the department and from NEON, the developer. We, at that time, made a further 17 recommendations. I've got all of those recommendations that I'm prepared to table if you want them at the end. We know that the developer provided the department and the IPC with false and incomplete information to counter the concerns that the community had about, particularly about endangered Bell's turtles and the Pine Creek Dam. Despite taking, multiple days of leave from my job to research, write and submit to the IPC, and despite the EPBC Act being triggered, none of our recommendations were adopted and the project was approved. The whole process felt really sleazy, corrupt and at best incompetent. And so another year has gone by. It's mid-2025 and we still don't know if NEON has made a start on the project. We've had no further communications from them. The company has such an appalling track record for lack of community respect, as shown by when they were driven out of the Somers district here near Armidale prior to targeting the Kentucky district. It's no wonder there's no trust for them among the community. They really should be penalised for this sort of behaviour. So what are the impacts of the REZ on rural and regional communities and industries? I've helped many groups do good land care over many years. I understand land use planning at the farm scale, at the sub-catchment scale and the regional scale. What I've seen in the rollout of the REZ is very far from best practice in every aspect. It's demoralising, depressing and quite frankly hopeless. Sadly, despite community members being given very little time or opportunity to participate properly in the planning process, they end up spending an extraordinary amount of voluntary time and money doing it, only to have their input ignored and their own families and businesses neglected. The emotional, relationship and financial strain is a massive burden on these small communities. There will be delayed mental health impacts on mistreated and demoralised communities who are already under-resourced in terms of regular health services, and let alone mental health services. There will be serious further impacts on local First Nations communities who have been almost completely ignored throughout this process. A local elder poured his heart out in the local land care office one day about a year ago, telling me that the REZ will be the largest negative impact on their community and on their country since white settlement. No one has bothered to consult with them, let alone engage them properly or involve them in this process. Has anyone worked out the true cost of these projects to our taxpayers, including the longer-term costs on mental health, Aboriginal communities, broken rural communities and destroyed agroecological systems? I believe they have not. It's my belief that this whole process is a total waste of taxpayers' money. It's costly, disrespectful, and seems to be going nowhere fast and achieving the wrong result. It's ruining healthy agro-ecosystems and the businesses that depend on them. The average metro person does not understand the scale of these developments and the cumulative impacts that they are creating, yet these folks form most of the population and most of the vote. Meanwhile, our agricultural environmentalists, that is our owners of family farms, are those who are experiencing the impacts and the great personal cost. They have no voice. Once the true behaviours of renewables developers are known and the real costs to our economy are determined, there really will be no social licence to proceed in this manner. So we need a fully independent and transparent economic analysis of the real cumulative impacts of the REZ in our region, and we need a moratorium, I believe, on further proposals and further approvals until this has been concluded. Thank you.
Exactly. If you'd like to just acknowledge what things you are prepared to table, we can get that sorted out now.
Sure.
Mr. Dawson, would you like to proceed with your opening statement?
Okay, thanks, Mark. Look, my primary objective here today is to give the Salisbury Plains area of south of Uralla a voice. So for context, the Salisbury Plains area, it's a prime agricultural area containing black basalt soils, which are of high strategic value, and many of you saw the Salisbury Plains yesterday and its location. I think importantly though, in addition to carrying the name Salisbury Plains, the central area of Salisbury Plains is actually a floodplain. Now I think that's a really important point, and the committee should reflect on that, because surrounding that central area of Salisbury Plains you have many developments proposed. One at Diargi, slightly west of the central Salisbury Plains area, which is quite a large development. Further south of that, you've got Hillview, and as it comes back around further west, you've got Salisbury Solar and also Origin. So surrounding that central area and encroaching onto the central area, you've got many developments proposed, which is vastly, can be described as overdevelopment. And to think that sort of a development would encroach on that central floodplain area, it's almost incongruous to even think that. So that central area in particular of Salisbury Plains, it's an environmentally important location. And importantly also, it forms part of the catchment for the Macleay River at Kempsey. It contains biodiverse creek flats and underground water storage aquifers. It's highly sensitive to ground disturbances associated with both transmission tower erection and solar and wind development, and also large battery developments as well. As I mentioned, while there are many solar and wind developments surrounding and encroaching on this environmentally sensitive area, and I've personally had many dealings with these developers. Today I particularly wanted to focus on the dealings that I've had with ENCO, given its direct relevance to not only my property but many of the properties on Salisbury Plains, but particularly that central area of Salisbury Plains. So I just wanted to run through some some dot points covering those dealings and detailing ENCO's approach, which I believe is pretty much substandard. So, and I'll just run through some of those. So, when ENCO approaches a property owner, the first thing they want to do is have the property owner sign an access agreement. And on the face of it, it should be a simple operation. They'll gain access to your property, they'll come in, they'll do their survey work, and then they'll disappear. But the problem is that ENCO refused to provide full insurance coverage to property owners during their survey investigations. They'll provide direct coverage, but they refuse to provide indirect or consequential coverage, consequential loss. So my advice is that under no circumstances should any property owner enter into an access agreement whereby the person you're giving authorisation to access your property doesn't provide you with full insurance coverage. It's ridiculous. One other thing that ENCO refuses to acknowledge is the potential capital loss of rural land impacted by its transmission corridor, specifically as it applies to rural lifestyle blocks in the Salisbury Plains area. So the Salisbury Plains area is comprised mainly of smaller holdings, rural lifestyle blocks. And by that I mean the rule of thumb is that any block around that 300, 400, 500 acre size is a rural lifestyle block, and it's governed by different market dynamics. So therefore any infrastructure development has a particular capital value downgrade impact. Now this is one thing that ENCO seems as though they refuse to acknowledge. So and I've spoken to various agents in the Uralla, Armidale area, and the consistent message that I've got is that obviously if you've got a lifestyle block, you buy it for a specific purpose, it's got a specific market structure, and if you put infrastructure on there, obviously it's going to affect its market value. So that impact is significant, I believe. The other issue is that we all know that ENCO is a statutory authority with ultimate compulsory acquisition powers. So the other issue that is of concern is that most of these blocks have been in family names for quite a while. So there is a potential impact of capital gains tax on the property owner should compulsory acquisition provisions be applied, which they don't seem as though they want to talk about these sorts of issues. They won't provide proper insurance coverage when they want to go into your property. They don't want to talk about the capital loss and particular marketing structures of these particular rural holdings. They don't want to talk about issues like capital gains, that sort of impact. But also what they don't like to do is they're very reluctant to address property owners collectively in the Salisbury Plains area, and I would expect that to be more of a broader application as well. They seem to prefer to approach property owners individually, which only creates division and angst. So you've got a tightly held area like the Salisbury Plains. I mean, what happens to Billy Smith's property over there affects Mary Jane's property over there. So you've got to approach these people collectively, not individually. It just creates division. And these people don't seem to get that. So basically their communication strategy is really poor. So, and what I also found with ENCO is that they're very deadline oriented. Okay, so their communication strategy, I found, and I've dealt fairly extensively with them, is that it's very shallow. Okay, so their objective is to meet their deadlines. So, and there's no or very little capacity to listen to the concerns of the property owners. It's all deadline oriented. Let me get onto your property, let me do my survey, and oh, by the way, allowing us to get onto your property, the advantage for you is that we could exclude you. But so what? You could include me. So there's a lot of this doublespeak with them. So I found them quite unprofessional, to be honest, and almost amateurish. So, but in closing, I think solar developments, wind developments, renewable developments in that particular area, including the transmission towers, erected across an environmentally sensitive and pristine, high-value agricultural location like the Salisbury Plains, to me just defies logic. So I think when as I mentioned, that central area is a genuine floodplain, subject to major disturbances. It's a major catchment for the Macleay River. There's lots of runoff in that particular area. And as I mentioned to the committee yesterday when we had our site visit, the central area of that Salisbury Plains looks like Sydney Harbour at times when you have a big flood. So how do you seriously consider putting that sort of infrastructure, particularly in that central area, but also in the surrounding area? To me, it just defies logic. And why would you do it? What, because it's flat? I mean, it's just crazy stuff. Also, that development, it's visible from all directions, including the Thunderbolts Way, which is a major tourist artery for the New England. Visual amenity is a rare issue, is a major issue, not to mention the cumulative impact of the towers and the surrounding renewable developments within a 50k radius of Uralla, which, as we said yesterday, is quite significant. Within a 50k radius of Uralla, you're looking at almost 1,000 wind towers and something like 10 million solar panels. But anyway, look, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I might throw to Mr Primrose first for the first question.
I begin by asking this question to Mr Dawson, but I'm interested in the other witnesses' views as well. If I have time, I'd like to ask about roads, but my main question at the moment is yesterday you raised the issue about the need to do a cumulative study.
Yes.
Could you, for the evidence today, maybe talk about what that is, what it would involve, what it would look at, and maybe I'll seek the views of the others.
Well, basically what we're looking for is independence. If you're solely relying on stakeholders like ENCO and the developers to do the EIS process and all the associated investigations, I think there's a risk that you're not getting a you're not getting a fair and balanced view, and you're not getting a view that can be considered independent. So it's about arm's length guarantees.
For the evidence, could you tell us what particular things it would be looking at? Because I know you gave us a table.
Well, we're looking at overdevelopment for a start. We're looking at the flood studies for a start. I mean, in regard to the flood studies for the Salisbury Plains, for example, I mean, I was approached by a consultant for ASIN some months ago, and flooding is an issue in that Salisbury Plains area because it is a floodplain. And they asked me, would I be available to participate and provide direct historical information on the flooding patterns within the Salisbury Plains, and I agreed. But for some reason, they've pulled the plug on that. So it's that independence and that feeling of arm's length that the community would want to see. And cumulative impact is as it says, it's an array of issues ranging from visual amenity to economic impacts, social impacts, right across the full range of the loss of valuable agricultural land, for example, testing of the fragile arguments that some of these developers are putting forward that, for example, you can graze sheep under solar panels, which is an absolute nonsense. Not so much to say that you can't push them under solar panels, but everyone knows in the rural industry in the New England that people are going out of sheep because they're no longer viable, particularly the wool growing type. So it's just a feeling of independence and arm's length assessments that we're looking for.
Can I ask the other?
If I may add weight to that, I agree. But really, the cumulative impacts that need to be assessed are all of the social impacts, all of the economic impacts, and all of the environmental impacts. Those are the three bottom line areas that need to be reviewed and looked at for all of the developments, all of the projects that are proposed in the area if they were all to be developed together. That's what we need to know. What will the whole impact be? And I agree, we need it to be done by a truly independent and very transparent process that involves engaging the community to find out what those impacts are. Because someone from the city sitting in Macquarie Street doing a desktop study is not going to be able to know what the impacts are on an ultrafine wool grower.
Yes, I'd like to agree with the other two speakers. We come from a slightly different focus because we are not in the REZ. So cumulative to us really is, let's look at location number one. Let's work out whether the location is suitable for these projects to even be started and not have to go through these whole processes, spending endless amounts of taxpayer money just to decide that the location number one is wrong. We really strongly believe that the process that was put in, or the commission that was done by the former Wind Commissioner Andrew Dyer, came up with some great stuff. He actually had a red, green, orange light scenario. Okay, projects that are in the right location with limited environmental impact, with limited biodiversity impact, with support from the community, they're a green. They can keep going through the system. The ones that have some of those processes that are not right, they're an orange. Let's get further information and work out where the flaws are and where the positives are. The ones that do not fit those criteria, they're a red. They just go off the table. And then you also combine that with looking at the developer who's proposing it. What is their track record? How have they interacted with community? How have they been transparent and honest? And then they also get a development rating so that they can be considered seriously for what they want to present.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your submissions, both written and verbal. It's very good to have that personal experience shared with the committee. I wanted to pick up on, you've all sort of touched it, but I guess the points around, I think Mrs Sylvester, you used the term a flawed process in terms of how it's played out in your community, and I think both of you have alluded to that in your submissions as well. From your perspectives, if this was happening again, if you were at the beginning of where you were and we could wave a magic wand and go back, what would be sort of the number one thing that you would change in terms of the process, if you can be that succinct, which I appreciate might be hard, but...
No, we've thought about it a lot. And the biggest thing for us is if we could be assured that there would be adherence to process and policy. Okay. So we have gone through the Department of Planning, we've gone through the IPC. We have been told to trust process and policy, and what happened with us is when the recommendation came from Department of Planning, they cherry-picked from the 2016 and 2023 guidelines. They changed the rules, and then when the Independent Planning Commission handed down their findings, then the developer went behind the community and everybody else into private discussions, and they altered the project again. Now, that is not process and policy, and from what I understand, not following process and policy builds bad culture, and that's what we've inherited.
Yeah.
Trust and respect right from the beginning. You don't build trust in the community by altering processes to suit yourself halfway through. You don't build trust in the community by being non-transparent. You don't build trust in the community by giving false information or trying to sign people up on non-disclosure agreements. So right from the beginning, implementing processes For me personally, I've thought about this a lot too. My thing is I'm a process person because I work with communities. That's my job. I work with groups of people, and you don't get anywhere if they don't trust you and you're not honest with them and transparent. But the other really big thing that is required if we were to start again is time. Now, we've known about climate change for 30-something years. I learnt about it in my environmental science degree in 19, God knows what it was
19-something.
But we've known about it for long enough. We haven't done anything about it for a long time, and now suddenly we're at the 11th hour and we're panicking. But it doesn't matter. We still need to go through the right processes, and we need to give it the right amount of time, because only through the right processes and good amount of time will you get the right result. You won't get a right result if you're taking this approach.
Dawson?
Yeah, look, I agree with Karen, to be honest. I mean, for me, it's fairness, openness and transparency. I mean, don't approach me with a mindset that I want to push this project through. I've got a certain deadline, and by the way, that's the only reason I'm here to negotiate with you. Not even negotiate, to talk with you. It's just, I mean, it's almost insulting, to be honest. Yeah, and have a recognition of the market dynamics at work. Now we've got in my particular area, we've got certain host farmers that are, hosting these renewable developments. Okay, so they've made that decision. That's a commercial decision. But don't then come to me, if you're Anco, for example, and say, well, we're coming through here because we've got to access these developments. These farmers over here are making a bucket of money, and by the way, you're here, you're being impacted by our transmission lines, and we're screwing your capital value. And we're not going to compensate you to the full extent of what you should be entitled to. I mean, it's just nonsense. Transparency, openness and fairness, and due regard to the market dynamics of what you're actually doing. Otherwise, it's, as I said, quite frankly, it's just an insult. And, by the way, I forgot to mention this earlier, and it made me quite annoyed at the time. My very first experience with Anco, when I met this group in Uralla, and they obviously could tell that I was, not in favour of what they're proposing. The comment was, "This is a state significant project, Peter. It's happening, so get used to it." How do you think I felt?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I mean. Be professional, be fair, be transparent, be open, and having regard to the market dynamics that you're dealing with and the realities of what's happening in a particular area. You can't have people making a bucket of money on one side of the paddock, screwing someone else on the other side of the paddock.
Yeah.
It's just not fair. So...
Thank you. That's a great answer. Can I ask one more, Chair? Sorry. I just wanted to pick up, Mrs. Zirkler, on something you said where you talked about having a moratorium on further projects and proposals and kind of drawing a line in the sand and dealing with what's in front of us. That also came up at the hearing that we had in Dubbo. Can you just expand, I guess, a little bit more about why you think that would be a good idea?
Well, I guess it's for all of the reasons that I've outlined in my submission today, and since 2017, the process has been flawed. So the result of those current projects that are on the table or in the portal or already approved, it's false. The result is false. It's wrong. It needs to be righted, and the only way to do that is to stop and start again. Properly. That's the simplest way I can put it.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you want to add anything else, feel free. But
Well, there is something else that I did want to add, which is slightly off that topic, if that's all right. Something that sort of grates on me and just makes no sense at all is that under the New South Wales koala strategy, our region is deemed a climate refuge for not only koalas, but all the other species that are, when a koala is protected, loads of other species are protected as well. So our region is a climate refuge, and yet our region is the very same region that is going to be decimated by the extent of this cumulative impact on our agroecological systems, which already support. We're a hotspot for koalas. They live here. They coexist with agriculture. It's possible, and they do. But the very same government, or the very same department even, to a certain extent, there's just this total conflict of objective that makes no sense.
Mr. Dawson, just picking up on your comments, do you think the poor engagement is been through incompetence or by design because of the deadline?
Look, I think it's obviously deadline-driven to a large extent, but I do think there's an element of inexperience there and lack of knowledge of the rural industry and how people operate within the rural industry and the particular impacts that are on the horizon for these particular people. So I think there's a deadline-driven, certainly, but I think a lack of education by the people that they're sending out into the field as well. Not in terms of their technical skills, in terms of their awareness of the impacts on these particular communities and these particular landowners.
Sure. Mrs. Zerkler, do you think, based on your experience with the IPC, do you think they've been compromised in this process and they've lost objectivity when it comes to these projects?
Yeah. I don't know what's going wrong with the IPC, but from the many, many recommendations and facts that we put in front of them, and I have supplied, as I've tabled the submission that we did, which was backed up by a lot of very good information from local land services staff who are particularly involved in extensive projects with, say, the Bell's Turtle. Despite supplying facts, it didn't make a bit of difference to the outcome. There's something going wrong. I don't know what it is. I'm not close enough to put my finger on it, but it's a bit smelly.
Yeah. Thank you. And finally, just quickly, Ms. Sylvester, you've spoken about how your proponent engagement with the Hills of Gold was forceful and lacked integrity. What does that look like on the ground? Some examples would be great.
Yeah, it looks like on the ground when you have developers coming to see you and they sit down with you and say to you, well, if you don't sign up, it'll be all around you and we'll just be doing whatever we like. So we suggest you actually sign. When they provide an agreement for you and you send it to your solicitor, and then it comes back with the solicitor saying there's no detail here, and it actually says the only person that you have a complaint to is the person in sort of middle management in the company. So if you sign that agreement, you can't go to the Department of Planning, you can't go to anybody else, you have to just take their recommendation. It also looks like when you ask them about risk management and you ask them about neighbourhood agreements, they say, well, we've already dealt with you and you're too hard to deal with, so we've just given up on you. And we've got documentation here that says that we left 25 phone messages when we've said to them we'd prefer to communicate by email. We're in the situation where we don't want to be seen by ourselves with them. I went into a community hub office and actually felt terribly intimidated and had to leave as quickly as I could for my own personal space. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that's happening.
May I add something about intimidation?
Yeah, absolutely.
In our experience, we of course, the company didn't want to do any kind of public meetings or group meetings. They only wanted to meet one-on-one, so we organised a public hall meeting and gathered all the information that we needed, and we were actually going to have a woman who's a neighbour to a particular project further north, still in New South Wales, but further north of here. She was going to come and speak and just share her knowledge as a neighbour of a project that has been built. The night before, her husband got a phone call and was bullied very strongly into not speaking at our event. It was pure, total intimidation. She didn't come and speak at our event because she was
Did they tell you who the phone call was from?
This is a little while back now. I don't know that they named any names, but I do know the company that was involved.
It was a company, not Enco?
No, it wasn't Enco.
Okay.
It was a developer.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We've got about a minute, 2 minutes. Does anyone want to fire rapid fire?
One question for Mrs. Zerkler, because we haven't really covered this all that much, but you mentioned engagement with Aboriginal people here, and I just wondered if you could expand on that. Has there really been any engagement? It seemed to indicate that there was no real attempt even to engage with local Aboriginal people.
I would suggest that there has been a certain level of engagement of what you might call contractors or people who supposedly represent Aboriginal communities to say, where are there significant sites or whatever. That probably did take place to a certain extent as part of the EIS. But I remember, and this is a while back too, so I can't remember properly, but I remember looking through the EIS for the Thunderbolt project and thinking that it was just pretty paltry what they had done and not truly, one of the previous groups, SLA, spoke about that spectrum of engagement from, inform and consult right through to proper engagement and proper involvement, empowerment. That's the end where we want to be with this sort of stuff, and particularly with Aboriginal communities, you really need to be very much at that end, and it takes a long time to engage with them properly. None of that happened. Nothing at that end happened, and so this man, it sort of happened by the office one day and sat down. I sat down and talked to him for about an hour. Very, very concerning.
Could we add to that we have a local lands council who are really active and really respected in our community, and the engagement they have had has been extremely poor. The developer has actually published things saying that they're in full agreement. They haven't been consulted. There was some studies done on the particular project that we're exposed to, but they were flawed. And now, we're really disappointed that has been ignored. Also, access to the project site has been not allowed to happen, and that doesn't seem fair either.
And if I can add, Chair, the particular EIS that we dealt with, if it was in black and white, if they found Aboriginal significant cultural heritage sites or tools, whatever, it was written down. They were just going to pick it up and move it. Like,
it's the same.
Is
that's the same.
Is that acceptable? I didn't think it was.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, sadly that concludes our time with you. We have run a little bit over time, but it was certainly really valuable. So don't believe you took any questions on notice, but I suspect there might be some supplementary questions coming your way, so the Secretariat will be in touch with you there. But once again, thank you, Mr. Dawson, for allowing us on your property as well yesterday, and also your neighbours coming to talk to us as well. That was really valuable, so thank you for that.
No, my pleasure.
We will now bring forth our next witnesses. To our last session of today. So I welcome our last set of witnesses. So starting with the first witness on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Mark Fogarty. Do you want me to start?
I said left, but we can go.
Yeah, no, doesn't matter, sorry.
Tony Menkins, beef producer west of Armidale, chairman of the Batting for Burralong Community Group. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Stuart Gruels. I'm a grazier from the Armidale and Gyra area. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Susan Newey, Chair of RED for New England. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mark Fogarty. I'm on the Committee of Management for RED for New England. I'm also Bushtricity, which we provide some strategic advice to RED for. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And starting back again with you, Mr. Menkins, do you want to give a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm attending today as a member and chairman of the Batting for Burralong Community Group. I represent over 160 members of B4B here today. I'd first like to thank and acknowledge Mr. Banasaic and other members of the committee. The Burralong community applaud, congratulate and thank you sincerely for hearing our concerns. The B4B community was formed 3 years ago with the announcement of the CWP Squadron Energy Burralong Wind Project. Since that time, another 3 projects with more in the pipeline have been proposed. All up, 300 turbines have been planned to be constructed in our community just over 12 kilometres west of where we sit here today. The B4B group, right from the get-go, took a proactive attitude to these proposals. We understood that the New England Renewable Energy Zone had been announced and that we were better off negotiating the best possible outcome for our community, families, businesses, rather than an outright rejection. In September 2023, we presented Squadron Energy with 13 requirements the Burralong community wanted to see met in order for this massive wind turbine proposal to fit in and around our community. You all have a copy of that list in my submission as attachment A. Squadron Energy has responded in such a way that the project has been completely rejected by the Burralong community. Every meeting held by B4B and all of the renewable energy proponents operating in our area have been instigated by us. We have driven the agenda on trying to adjust these massive wind projects to fit in and around a highly populated rural community. We have been stonewalled, rejected every step of the way. Energy Co has been appalling with their consultation and so-called leadership, and have now firewalled themselves by using subcontractors and labour hire at information sessions to communicate with the community. The renewable energy proponents have tried to bully and intimidate our members into signing neighbour agreements well before a scoping report or the placement of the project on the New South Wales planning portal. Squadron Energy's behaviour has resulted in zero social licence for the Burralong Wind project. This was publicly admitted by Squadron Energy representative Alistair Smith at a recent information session held in Armidale. I would like to leave you with 3 key recommendations today from the Burralong community. Firstly, all renewable energy projects and related transmission cease planning and/or construction immediately until a comprehensive independent cumulative impact study has been completed for the New England REZ. Secondly, the New England REZ be reduced from an 8 gigawatt REZ to a 3 gigawatt REZ, and that 3 gigawatt REZ to include the existing infrastructure already operating on the New England. The third recommendation is the reduction of the concentration of 4 EnergyGo hubs that are proposed to be placed in a 50-kilometre radius around Armidale and Urella, which has attracted a huge number of project proposals. This is completely untenable. On behalf of B4B, I thank you again for hearing our concerns.
Mr. Drills.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to the beautiful New England to hear our concerns about the Renewable Energy Zone. My name is Stuart Grills and I'm a 4th generation grazier in the Guyra and Armidale area, and I've been dealing with renewable energy companies since 2019. It is difficult to comprehend the size of this REZ. Most people in the REZ have no understanding of its scale and how significant the impact will be on their lives and the lives of the next generations. As people become more informed, opposition will continue to grow and the fight to stop it will intensify. After countless hours of talking to our community and organisations like RED 4 and B4B, I believe we have come up with a viable solution. Reduce the size of the New England REZ from 8 gigawatts to 3 gigawatts. The 5 gigawatts lost would be moved to the southwest REZ, which is currently 3.56 gigawatts. Unlike the New England REZ, the people in the southwest REZ have an appetite for renewable energy. This is in part due to the size of the holdings in the southwest, with far fewer neighbours impacted. The New England REZ is made up of many small holdings and lifestyle blocks, which are greatly affected due to their proximity to projects. The southwest REZ around Hay has an average property size of 18,000 acres. Compare this to Armidale, Guyra or Urella at around 500 to 1,000 acres, and many lifestyle blocks much smaller than that at around 50 to 200 acres. The EnergyCo infrastructure could also be moved to the southwest to bolster spending on the transmission lines and hubs planned for that REZ. The current transmission infrastructure in the New England REZ would be sufficient to deliver 3 gigawatts to the grid. Therefore, minimal extra money would need to be spent in the New England. We have discussed this idea with Tony Marr and Brendan Moylan, who both thought it had merit. So much so that Tony plans to take the proposal to Chris Bowen and Brendan to Penny Sharp. This proposal means that the New England REZ would still be delivering renewable energy to New South Wales and still aiding the state in its net zero goals. The New England REZ at 8 gigawatts of delivered energy and 16 to 17 gigawatts of capacity due to the intermittent nature of renewable energy is simply too big for this region. But it's not too late. There is still time to reduce the size of the REZ. Please add this idea of reducing the REZ to 3 gigawatts in your recommendations to government and help our communities get on with life. Thank you.
Ms. Newey or Mr. Fogarty, who's giving a...
Want me to go?
You can both chime in if you'd like.
I'll jump in. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've got some good news. I'm not going to read everything I had on a pre-scripted statement here, but what I wanted to do, I think, was pick a couple of important points. And I've had the benefit, as many others have, of watching Dubbo unroll your inquiry down there, so we got a pretty good feel of what's been put to you. And I think today there's been some really good questions coming from the committee, so I wanted to sort of concentrate on a couple of those, if I could, that may help. There's a submission there, there's 7 points of context, and there's every of the terms of reference addressed, so happy to field questions or take them on notice or supply supplementary as you best see fit. But we've gone across, we understand, the committee well understands the absolute dearth of consultation, the absolute dearth of social licence. We've heard uphill and down dale about ENCO, basically represent a hybrid somewhere between Utopia and F-Troop in terms of the way they're delivering large-scale infrastructure. The simple point is they don't have of a lot of very well-intentioned child soldiers with iPhones, lovely people, but they don't understand large-scale infrastructure. And so our concerns on that are clearly, as we'll report back to an independent report that's out by the government, is ENCO, we need to understand what the costs are, and we don't at all feel embodied to empower them with more power and more money until we know exactly where that's going, because this is going to cost us, obviously, for generations to generations. The two questions, I guess three questions, I think Mr Primrose offered a very question on cumulative impact, and it's been on the table pretty much today. We were a little bit heartened to hear the Mayor of Armidale utter the words. We've been banging that drum for probably 6 years. RED for New England predates the REZ zones, so we've got some insight into what the history and where these where things came from, and I guess where the bodies are buried, if you like. But what I think is important is on that cumulative impact is the point Mr Dawson and Mrs Zirkler and others have said. It has to be an independent study. So what the Department of Planning and Housing came up with at one point of these planning guidelines, they drift out these planning guidelines and they drift out like confetti, and they're supposed to set and qualify in some shape or form what the planning rules and things say. But clearly a proper cumulative impact is to look at a particular area, and yesterday you saw the benefit of looking at Salisbury, the Thunderbolts Way and the impact on Uralla, and we feel that is, I think probably one of the best examples in the New England of where cumulative impact will run off the rails. You may have seen something similar to that in the Central West with Dubbo at the back end of Junee, what's the suburb there? On the way to Dubbo, Wellington. We've got a similar issue, I think, with cumulative impact. We've got it also down in the south, but here it's more pronounced. I'd just like to tender a couple of documents, if I could. And one is the map of the cumulative, which you may have been introduced to yesterday, and that, I think, highlights a number of particular pinch points in the New England. One you saw, which is Uralla. Uralla community are heading towards a cliff face in terms of just the build-up of solar, the build-up of wind and the transmission. The village will not look anything like it does today in 10 years' time if all this comes to pass. As Mr Dawson uses the word overdevelopment, it certainly is that. The other area is the two gentlemen at the end of this table in Burralong, west of Armidale, that area immediately to the west around Uralla. We've got 4 or 5 developers all hovering around there with a massive number of wind turbines proposed. So when you have a look at where did this all come from historically, and it maybe goes to Sarah's question about, okay, if you could turn back time, what would you do, what would be done differently? Well, there is target of 8 gigawatts, and I've done a fair bit of research on this. It emulates from a desktop study done by ANU back in the day when the previous government was ice skating its way to net zero. They were fast-tracking all of the institutionalisation and the roadmap legislation, and the 8 gigawatts, I can tell you, at best was plucked out of the air. There was a belief that it was high. Yes, it was high. Glen Ennis at 1,300, maybe Walker at 1,000 metres, so there was a belief that there was wind there. Yes, there was wind there, but hello, we're now at a point where turbines are 150 metre hub height, 300 metre blade tip. There's wind everywhere. It doesn't have to be in areas of high agricultural value or high zones. So the point that Tony and Stuart have made is that in reality, when we look at the numbers, 8 was a nonsense. If you translate that to installed capacity, let's say it's 5 megawatts of wind, let's say the pump hydro comes online, let's say there's 2 gigawatts of solar, we're looking somewhere in the order of 1,500 to 1,800, 6.5 megawatt, 150 hub height, 230, 250 turbines. So simply put, the New England cannot absorb that. It just will not fit. So the independent cumulative impact, getting back to the question Mr Primrose asked, I think is very much one that's going to be focused at various levels. I think it has to look across the REZ. It has to do something that was never done, getting to Sarah's question in the first place. What would we have done differently? We'd have said, how about you do something like land use planning? How about you look at, like other energy economies all over the world have done, work out what fits where and why. That was never done. There was never time to do that. So we ask that it goes back and does that. We ask, in relation to Peter's question, it then needs to focus on particular areas. And most of all, importantly, I think as Karen Zirkle was saying, it has to have a baseline that covers all the important environmental issues going forward and all the social issues. We have to develop a baseline on what that looks like. That has not happened, despite the fact that the planning department think it has. The second issue, and before I get on to that, I was just going to talk quickly to Jackie's question on Indigenous. It's been given absolute lip service. It's in all of the legislations. It's quite clearly, something that has been in thought process important, but in practice it's been zero. Another example of that is the Walker project that Damien and Cameron Gregg very well covered today. The Dungatti people are the traditional owners of that land. They've been there for as long as they've been there. And then you've got immediately up where we are now, we've got Anawan people. So what the developer does is comes in and looks for what's the quickest way to get an Indigenous sign-off. We'll go to the Anawan people who happen to be at the UNE and get them to sign off on a survey, and then we'll expect the Dungatti people to accept that. Well, culture, we've all learned a lot, and that just is not going to work. That just shows you how clumsy it is. Moving to another question Sarah asked, I think, is what will we do? Well, we would have said to the government at the time, you're going to go in with a major transformation of our economy, our energy economy, one of the biggest since the Industrial Revolution. And you're going to do that with clapped out legislation, governing legislation. You're going to do that with the National Parks and Wildlife Act, including Indigenous 1974. You're going to do that with the POE Act 1997. There is nothing that's been in this century. The worst of all was then to put on top of us was a Planning Act. The Planning Act was designed by a guy called Bob Carr and Bob Lander back in 1979 when we had dispatchable energy coming out of Liddell and a few other places. So this act itself is basically an ICEP soup, ICEP upon ICEP. And if you have a look at it, it's like an old lean-to down on the coast. It's got a shed, it's got a 44 container, it's got some lean-tos on it, and that's what they're expecting to give effect to a modern energy transition. It's a joke, and it's forced upon us. And it's forced upon these communities in a way that is more punishment than it is anything else. It punishes them. We've heard already from Walker today, 7 extensions to response to submissions. We've heard from Mr Sylvester, what occurred down there in the deplorable Hills of Gold outcome. This legislation is not fit for purpose, but they left home with it on board. And it's just exposed and exploited by the developers. It's not a planning act, it's a development act. And I've used this analogy before, but it's like a game of snakes and ladders. But for the developers, there's no snakes. You only ever land on a ladder and you're processed up to consent all the way. You just keep your nose clean and you go forward. So what needs to happen? We're going to ask the committee for 2 things. Getting back to the chairman's question to a few of the speakers today, what do we want? What we want is certainly this inquiry, the cumulative impact, the independent. That's a line in the sand, and we've taken that all the way to Bowen, and we're a dog with a bone with that, and we're not going to change on that. And at the end of the day, we expect that the REZ will be redeclared, and it's going to be redeclared along the lines of what we think is reasonable, 3 gigawatts. The other thing is that we're not even afforded a seat at the table. Stuart has talked about this in Burralong. We want to be regarded as a stakeholder. The community are not. We're downtrodden. What we've got is these developers going around land banking. It's akin to Woolies and Coles. Essentially, they're going around looking at all the best sites, locking them down, and then they're going to flip them at some important time when they can make most money out of it. That's what's happening at a lot of these sites. I accept there are some genuine developers. So we're just in a situation, I think, where we've got this legislation that requires us to look at development in a revision mirror. So someone comes and acquires a site, whether it be Winterbourne, whether it be Hills of Gold. The first thing they do is wet their finger and say, oh, there's some wind here. Secondly, there's a wire that runs there to somewhere, so, and we'll just go and sign up the landowner, lock them down, give them a few shackles, and then we'll move and work out when we're going to develop it. So it's classically land banking scenarios. And ultimately, the point I think that's been drawn out today, and what we tried to say in Is the REZ is Broken, and I might, with support, just tend to this document. As I said, we've been watching this train wreck for now 5 or 6 years, and we came to the conclusion 2 years ago it's broken policy. It's certainly broken in terms of delivery, and we've highlighted 2 key areas that we want developed, that we want the committee's assistance to look at. So it's economically broken because who is going to build these wind farms? The price of turbines have gone up 43% since the pandemic. If you're going to put one of those 6.5 megawatt wind turbines in, you're looking at no change out of $3 million. That's providing you don't have a very difficult access site, which of course we do on the New England. So the cost of this, has gone through the roof, and I don't think anyone can bank a wind project. You've only got to look at the NEM market every day to realise we've got an increasing curtailment, because why? 40% of our power in 2040 is going to come from the roof. So distributed energy was never taken into account when they set this target of 8 gigawatts. So we say it has to go back, it has to deal with the evolution of technology, the evolution of costs, and we've got to get a realistic assessment on what makes sense and where it makes sense. None of us have come to this table today and said we don't want it. What we're saying is we want a fair go in where it's put and why it's put. Mr. Chair, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Could I just steal a minute just to give a bit of background to RED 4?
Yeah, absolutely.
My name's Susan Newey. I'm the recently elected chair of RED for New England. RED for New England stands for Responsible Energy Development of Energy for the New England, which basically says we're not against renewables, we just want it rolled out responsibly. The organisation was born in 2021 to represent and assist community groups which formed across the New England in response to what appeared to be an uncontrolled proliferation of proposed wind and solar projects, mainly on private land. It came to our attention that many of the renewable energy companies were using underhand, coercive and in some cases downright corrupt behaviour in order to land bank as much privately held agricultural land as they possibly could, tying up landholders with unbreakable contracts for possibly many years while the projects get approved or rejected. Now, the organisation has actually, Mark and myself, made a formal complaint to the ACCC about this behaviour by the proponents. Our brief is to support, educate and provide regional advocacy for our members, which now number about 185. I'd like to leave you with the 2 recommendations that the whole of the panel have asked. I won't go into those again, they've been well covered. reduce the generating capacity of the REZ from 8 to 3 gigawatts in line with other REZs in New South Wales. And we've already got 3.5 approved or up and running. And the other is for the halt the rollout until we have an exhaustive cumulative impact study done. I've added 3 more to that. Number 3, introduce legislation to prevent proponents land banking and signing landholders up to watertight agreements years before a project becomes reality. 4, tighten up legislation surrounding proponents' legal responsibilities, including that which should require full disclosure regarding due process before a project has been approved. And 5, outlaw non-disclosure agreements. This simple move would remove much of the potential for hostilities between hosts and neighbours and allow for the free flow of information in the community. Thank you.
Look to pass to either Ms Munro or Ms Mitchell.
I've got some, but you.
I just wanted to really lock down on that cumulative impact study and what kind of metrics you think should be included. I know you mentioned economic and social, but are there some more specific things? And you may want to take it on notice.
No, I can quickly answer that. I think what we would like to do with the committee's indulgences, we'd like to, I think, sort of set out an answer to that question. I can quickly answer it now because, as I was saying in respect to Peter's question earlier, it's really got to be done at 2 levels. It's got to be done at a region-wide, and it's got to be also done at a specific area. And the problem we've had in the past with this is that we've been banging this drum with the Mayor of Armidale for 3 or 4 years at least. And his commitments today, well, we sleep with one eye open on that, but we will remind him of what's on the transcript. And so what we would like to do, I think, is set out for you our thought processes on that, but it's got to go across, as Mrs Zirkler was saying. I think we've got a number of environmental indicators, we've got a number of social indicators, and a good, thorough, independent cumulative impact assessment needs to take account of that. We're not saying this has to be the 80K of the telephone book or overdone. What it has to do is tell us that places like Salisbury and New Uralla are an absolute and utter nonsense from a cumulative impact perspective. That's what we want to show. We don't seem to be able to get that message forward. I better shut up or I'll...
Did anyone?
I'd like to add to that if I could.
Yeah,
and it's not a simple answer. It's a huge answer. It's roads. It's accommodation. You've heard it today. It's water. It's sand. It's gravel. Where's all that coming from? What about the Indigenous concerns? What about the B-cell land? There's very, very little B-cell land in New South Wales, and a lot of it's on the New England. Like, they have not considered any of this. It's an easy term to roll out, cumulative impact, but it's all-encompassing. It's massive. And they should have started this 5 years ago, quite frankly. They haven't, and now we're in the thick of it, they're not listening.
Okay, thank you. If anyone would like to take it on notice to provide a fulsome list, that would be welcome.
We'll do that, Jackie. I think if the chairman's okay, we'll make it a couple of pages short and sharp. But we've been across it so many times, we dream about it.
Thank you. More a nightmare by the sounds of things.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. I just want to start with you, Mr Grills, and you mentioned it, but I think you did as well, Mr Fogarty, just the idea of reducing the size of the REZ back down to the 3 gigawatts. And I know you mentioned, I think Tony Marr was going to take it federally. We've talked to Brendan, and I should acknowledge Brendan Moylan's here and has been here all day listening to the evidence and supporting the community. Thanks, Brendan. But have you had any sort of response back from the government? Brendan is shaking his head for the benefit of Hansard, but any response back from either the state or federal ministers in relation to that proposal to reduce the size?
No, we haven't, but in fairness, this was probably, would be a couple of months ago. We met with Tony, I suppose, and maybe a month with Brendan, so to be fair to them, I mean, I know things move slowly in the political world, so no, we haven't had a response back. But I think what you've got to understand is that the New England's, I know I've said it in my submission and also in my speech, it's a very built-up area. You would have seen it yesterday, out of Burralong, where Tony lives, and I'm further out. But there's lots of lifestyle blocks. There's lots of people that are affected, like hundreds. And it's just the wrong place. It's the wrong place to have such a big renewable energy zone. Like, none of us are against renewable energy, but you've just got to get the right location. And that's what I was saying about the southwest. Those big farms down there, massive big farms, that no one would even know. You could put a solar project in the corner of an 18,000 acre property and no one would ever know it was there. You know what I mean? You could put a wind farm on 2 big properties and you might see them, from 20 or 30 k's away. But it's because it's so vast. We're up here, you drive 10 kilometres out of town and you've driven past 300 houses, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like, it's so built up.
Can I answer that?
The wrong location.
Sure, yep.
I'll just quickly add technically to the question you ask, is that we have asked, and just as Stuart was saying, and I think that the normal response, what happened back in the day is Minister Matt Keane came along and declared these REZ zones, and he did that declaration off the back of what he saw as responses or expressions of interest from developers. So they threw it out and said, isn't it wonderful, there's 28 gig in Western and there's 32 in there. These were just expressions of interest as such. And from that they went and declared the REZ. He didn't have to declare a quantity in the REZ, there was no requirement under the roadmap for him to do that, but he did. And we say that that can be changed. When you look at the legislation, there is absolutely no reason why Minister Sharp couldn't go along and based on our cumulative impact study, and put that down to 3 gigawatts. There's no impediment to that happening.
Thank you. Can I just ask one more quickly, Chair? Just to you, Mr Menkins, and I'll be interested actually in everyone's view on this, but we've obviously heard today from quite a number of witnesses about, some of the community concerns around bullying, intimidation behaviour from companies, from Energy Co. And you mentioned it briefly in your opening statement as well, but I just wondered whether any or all of the 4 of you wanted to add to some of the evidence, I thought you might, that others had given around, I guess, how you found it as locals dealing with these organisations.
Can I just add you heard from Ms Karen Zerkler just previously, and I think she was uncomfortable about naming the company, but I'll name the company. It was Squadron Energy, because that was our second meeting. We wanted to hear from a wind farm neighbour. It was purely innocent. None of us live beside a wind farm. We have no idea what it's like. We didn't know if they were going to turn up to say, listen, it's great, you can hardly hear them, take the money and run, or it's hell on earth. We had no idea. We thought it was a very innocent invitation to batting for Burralong. I think it was our second meeting, and Squadron Energy threatened them. They would lose their neighbour agreement money and threatened them. This is the company that we've been dealing with for 3 years. I can trot in a dozen, mainly women, that were threatened in the early days that if you don't sign this neighbour agreement, you're going to miss out on the money. They would wait till people had gone to work. Generally, the male of the house had gone to work. They'd turn up at 10 o'clock and try and shove this neighbour agreement under your nose. That's the sort of people we're dealing with.
I can add to that. I started with dealing with these renewable energy companies in 2019. Now, 2019, as I'm sure you all know, was the worst drought in colonisation and over much of the eastern seaboard. These companies would come up here and they would visit, and it was touched on earlier with ENCO, but they'd come and visit one landholder, then they wouldn't visit the other one for 6 weeks or so. And I think what they were trying to do was they were thinking, well, if we visit one, and then we visit the other one, well, they won't talk, and So that was one strategy they had. The other one was, and a neighbour of mine told me this, they showed him a map of the project and it had me shaded in green, and he said, Stuart Grills is in on this project because he's shaded green, so you might as well be in because your neighbour is, and I never was.
Yeah, wow.
You see, it's just...
Yeah.
That was CWP who done that. Before Squadron bought CWP, a bloke called Richard Finlay Jones used to come around. He was a tyre kicker that come around trying to sell the projects to you. But that's what they used to do. And They come out of the city, these people. They don't realise that we talk. You know, we live in the bush and we talk to each other. So that's how they got everyone signed up, because everyone thought, well, their neighbour's signed, so he's going to get the money, he's going to put turbines there. I want to get a crack out of it because I don't want to be looking at them. And then you know what happened? About 3 years after that, I spoke to a gentleman in Guyra, that a mate of mine, at Anzac Day parade, and I said to him, I'm not that keen on these projects. And he said, neither am I. And I said, I think I'll pull out. And he said, I think I will too. There was 5 other neighbours pulled out within 6 months because it snowballed the other way.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
No, I think it's important to get that. Did you want to add something?
I did.
I was only going to say,
I think.
Yep.
Susan, yep.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd just like to give you three quick examples of the controlling, coercive and corrupt behaviour of a proponent, which I won't name, but you can probably gather which one it was. The company planned to erect a 300-metre tower on my property, on the next door property, within metres of a conservation area that I'd fenced off 30 years ago. This conservation area had already been surveyed by a team of ecologists from La Trobe University for a project called Natural Capital Accounting. The survey methods that they used for that survey is ratified as gold standards by the United Nations. So it's a pretty good survey. So I gave that survey to the proponent and I said, could you please move the tower away for this very valuable 30 hectares that I've been looking after. They said, no, we won't, we'll disregard the United Nations standard survey. We'll send our own ecologists to do a survey and then we'll tell you if we'll move the tower or not, which they didn't. The second thing that happened, they offered me, this is pre-ENCO transmission lines, the proponent offered me $6,000 to host a transmission line across my property. I said, no. How much money would you like? I said, 10 million. 10 million to do it. I can do a fair bit of conservation work with 10 million. A couple of weeks later, the proponents offered me $3 million to put a transmission line across my property. So it went from $6,000 to $3 million in 2 weeks. The third thing that happened when I made the heartbreaking decision to sell my property in 2023, the proponents ignored the clause that I had in my contract regarding the conditions of sale and threatened me with legal action. Basically, they wanted me to sign up the next person to my contract, which was just about to expire anyway, but I'd taken that out. One of the salesmen then rang my property agent and gave him false information, hoping to get hold of the sales contract. So I actually rang Alistair Smith, who's the CEO, and he was pretty shocked that this is happening within his company. But that was my personal experience with the company.
Thank you for sharing that, but that's very disturbing. I'll stop, Chair. We're nearly out of time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just a general warning before we proceed. It's generally okay to mention names of companies, but the committee secretary gets a little bit nervous with me when we start naming individual people. But it's generally okay. Just be mindful of repeating that outside this hearing, though, in terms of parliamentary privilege. Couple of questions from me before the end, just to wrap up this whole line of questioning around community engagement. Clearly there's a power imbalance between a local landholder and overseas multi-million-dollar energy companies. Do you think Energy Co should be falling down on your side or working with you more as a government agency to help balance out a power imbalance more than siding with the other?
Well, the very first Energy Co meeting we had here, they said to us that we will police the cowboys and we will direct this REZ and they are completely separate to the Department of Planning, and that hasn't been the case at all. So Energy Co puts out a map with the hub and it's got Burralong and Northern Tableland Warrani projects on that map, yet it's not on the New South Wales Planning portal. So if you ring New South Wales Planning, they say, oh, no, there's no project there yet Energy Co is out there doing the bidding for these companies. So they certainly haven't got our interests at heart whatsoever. That's a simple answer to your question. No, they have not.
Yeah, sure.
Can I just quickly add to that? I think, Chairman, way back when this roadmap was being put together, there was some thought that Energy Co, as the infrastructure planner, might be able to play that role. But as we've heard story after story today, they've moved beyond that. The original proposition was that Energy Co would not connect them to REZ transmission, and they would prohibit them if they didn't display requisite social licence. And we've already discovered today, through Mr White's evidence and others, is that this is a metaphor which is incapable of definition in its current format. So what does all that mean? I mean, I wouldn't rule that out, but we need to go back and understand what did prohibition orders mean on connection, because we've seen plenty of evidence that says people shouldn't be connected to the REZ transmission, but it's a valid question.
And just to pick up, Ms Newey, you spoke about reporting proponents to the ACCC. Have you received a response from the ACCC?
Mark and I had a meeting with the ACCC. How long ago was that? Probably.
No, they haven't responded. And we put it up on the basis of deceptive and misleading conduct under consumer law. And I go back to the analogy we used before. They were interested because of this land banking, Coles, Woolies, getting into town, locking out Aldi in these sort of regional areas. They saw that there was some comparative there, and that's why they wanted to look at it. But we'll be definitely following it up with them, because it's not isolated just in New England. It's happening in the Central West. Obviously, it's already happened in CWO, and it is deceptive and misleading for the reasons that Susan has illustrated, and Stuart and Tony have also added to.
Thank you. I think that runs us pretty much to time, so thank you for your evidence. Thank you for coming today, taking time out of your daily lives once again to talk about renewable energy and how it's impacting you, but it is well and truly valued by this committee. So thank you for that. You may have taken some questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch regarding them, as well as supplementary questions we may ask. Just before we conclude, I just want to thank everyone that's participated, but also I'd like to apologise on behalf of the committee that we didn't get out as much as we would have liked yesterday in terms of site visits. We were sabotaged by Qantas with our flight being cancelled. I want to thank the Secretariat for quickly scrambling at 6 o'clock at the airport, trying to wrangle us and get us here. So they did a marvellous job in getting us here and rejuggling everything around. But just to note that we did have full intentions of getting out and seeing more, but we were hamstrung.
Can I just respond on behalf of the community? They haven't asked me to do this, but I'll do this. I mean, what we want to really do, I think, thank you for your efforts. We want to get you back up. We think that the site inspections are a very important part of it. We will follow up with the supplementary. But the refreshing thing, I guess, for many of us here is that someone from government's actually listening to us. We haven't had that for 6 or 7 years. So for that, we appreciate it and thank you. All right, that's good, buddy.